there anything in here that sends particular radio to particular channel?
No, he sends everything from there to us here.
Hi, how are you?
And you don't.
What's up?
Because like for your headsets, you would use this knob anyways. Just to
Yeah, this is like mine here. Or that's my microphone.
Yeah.
And this is my headset.
Okay. Gotcha.
I did hear the station, yes.
Did that turn down the station?
The station.
And you're hearing yourself. You're hearing the radio.
You could talk to him back there. You'd probably have a better conversation than me relaying to you.
Every weekday afternoon at 5:45 on 97.3
Now it's fixed.
ESPN. Made possible.
The Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
When I'm driving, I got a guy on the radio who talks to me. I can't see him, but he talks to me.
Now, live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
We are live at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, and it's the calm before the draft storm. Yes, draft day is here, and we are live at the Gallery Bar Book and Games. And, of course, you can watch the show live on the YouTube channel, live video streaming, 97.3 ESPN. I'm your host, Mike Gill. Josh Heddings producing today's show. My on-site producer today is Pete G, and he and I and you out there looking at all the Eagles' possibilities of what could happen tonight. There are so many variables. And, listen, we will give you the caveat that nobody knows who's actually going to be picked. But the fun of draft day is trying to figure it all out and trying to put all the scenarios together. And really, for football fans, this is the last real day of putting together the roster before they start the beginning of training camp and mini camps and all that stuff. But this is like the last group of impactful players that this team will have. You're adding more to the list. And think about draft day last year, what it meant for the Philadelphia Eagles. Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, the year before with Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith. If they can add another player of that impact tonight, what that could mean for this organization moving forward. They have 20 draft picks between now and next year, and that affects everything because I talk about this a lot. We're going to have John McMullen on today, Sal Paolantonio tonight at 5 o'clock, Jeff Mosher for football at 4. Yep, we're going heavy draft at football today, and Rick Saratella from NFL Draft Bible and All Access Football is going to be joining us. By the way, in just a little while, we will have Mr. Lombardi, the trophy, will be joining us here. It is en route to get here. So those of you who qualified, and even if you did not qualify, right, you're just driving around Atlantic City, you're driving around Atlantic County, you're driving around Cape May County, you're within an earshot of the station, or Ocean Casino, I should say. The Lombardi Trophy will be out here for everybody to get their picture taken. We'll have the man with the white gloves. He'll be bringing it in, and everybody will get a chance to get their picture taken with the Lombardi Trophy. Even you, PG.
That's what I'm excited for.
Yeah.
I mean, I live about an hour away from here, so that was worth the drive.
The drive was worth
the Lombardi Trophy.
So there you go. What is the
Yes,
what is the distance you would drive to get your picture taken with history?
Probably an hour.
About an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my limit.
Well, it'll be out here.
Do I have to
in
fill
just
up
a
my
little
tank of gas?
Yeah.
Is it going to cost me?
Yeah, you got to go through a couple tolls to get here.
Right.
But Ocean Casino, by the way, all the qualifiers, you have a chance to win great prizes. I've got my trusty friend Ariel over here. She's signing everybody in. Everybody's name is going to go in the drum, and then every hour we'll be pulling out different prizes. We've got tickets to great shows, to Ocean Casino Resort, the Magical Mystery Doors, which is a show that, where's my man Zach at? I want to go to the Magical Mystery Doors. I'm a huge Doors fan, so I definitely would love to see that. The 80s Rock Tour, the Alice Cooper, Daryl Hall is coming to Ocean Casino Resort. And the Dropkick Murphys, along with Bad Religion, are coming here. We have tickets to all those. We also have 3 $100 gift cards to Ocean Casino Resort, and one lucky winner is getting an overnight stay plus a $200 gift card to Ocean Casino Resort, which, by the way, they are putting some major buckaroonies into this
place
joint,
is buzzing today.
Woo-hoo-hoo. Well, it should be buzzing. You're here. PG got dusted off for the day.
This place is a good luck charm, by the way. We were here every Monday during the football season, and the Eagles, they wind up winning the Super Bowl.
They wind up winning the Super Bowl. They went ass backwards themselves right into a Super Bowl. Right. So we're going to get into that. And by the way, we do have the overnight stay to Ocean, to which, by the way, I have stayed multiple times. I can't imagine there being a better spot to stay in the entire city than one of the rooms here at Ocean Casino Resort. Now, I will say, if you are the winner of that, you get the $200 gift card too. You get a choice of where you want to maybe use that $200 gift card. Maybe you want to go to one of the great restaurants. They're getting new restaurants. They got the new mini golf course coming up. You've got so many different options here at Ocean. I'll tell you, I haven't been out in Ocean in a while. I'm waiting for the summertime to get here. Feels like I got to get back out here.
81,
right?
82 degrees, yes.
So today's show, we're very busy. And, oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I have a pair of Eagles club box tickets for a game at Lincoln Financial Field. Now, I do not know the date of this game because the schedule is not out yet. So those tickets will be announced at a later time at what game they will actually be for and the date. But I have a pair of tickets, club box seats. These are premier seats. I sat in them once last year, but this year, as I generally do, I am donating my pair of tickets to the people today.
What a guy.
What a guy.
What a saint.
I choose
Maybe
to give,
you are the next pope, right?
That's right.
Yes, the Pope of Atlantic County.
I am giving away a pair of tickets to the Eagles club box seats. These are, the best part about these seats is even on the coldest day of the year, you can say, you know what? It's club box. I'm just going to go right inside. They got big screen TVs, just like here at the Gallery Bar booking games at the Fanatic Sportsbook, which, by the way, the YouTube channel, we are live up on the screen right now.
I do see your ugly mug on the screen.
All right, so we got all that today. So if you're a qualifier, get on down here. And by the way, I am also paying for your parking today. How about that, right? All the qualifiers, everyone who qualified, the parking's on me. So I'm giving you a pair of tickets possibly. I'm paying for your parking. My man Zach over there is hooking you guys up with an overnight stay, plus all the gift cards, plus all the concert tickets. So we got a great show. What we don't have right now is a great baseball team. So we're going to get into a lot of Eagles draft. 3 o'clock, John McMullen. My guy Rick Saratella at 3:30. 4 o'clock, we got football at 4 with Jeff Mosher. And at 5 o'clock, Sal Palantonio will be on the show. Plus the Nuggets, plus Ryer Sy. Busy show today.
Now, real quick, speaking of Sal Pal, I follow him on Instagram. He had a nice little nugget about a certain player from Georgia that the Eagles are very enamored with.
He emailed me this morning.
Oh, he did?
And
Okay.
said if the Eagles draft this player, they are going back to the NFC Championship game.
Wow.
So there's a little bit of a little tease for the 5 o'clock
now,
Sal Pal
they
segment.
wouldn't be able to draft this guy at 32.
Well, we'll talk to Rick Saratella about that coming up at 3:30. He's our draft guru. He's been doing – have you watched any of Saratella's videos? He does the videos with Brian Baldinger. They do the All Access show, and they have been pumping out material. So we'll ask him that question. Can this particular player, who shall remain nameless for now, will he be at 32? Dave Gallagher, former Philadelphia Philly, 9-year Major League veteran, is going to join me in about 20 minutes from now. Jim Salisbury, who's one of the more respected guys on that beat, he's been around a long time. He does the Philly Show podcast. He made a comment on the podcast, and here's the numbers, PG, and everybody out there listening. The Phillies' record since July 9th, since July 9th of last year. Since that time, the Phillies' record is 64 and 63. One game over 500. To which Jim Salisbury said this.
Another thing that was said by Rob Thompson and others, we're a good team. I heard that several times. Okay, it's time to start showing it if you are a good team. Right. By definition, they are actually a mediocre team. 127 games for the Phillies since last June 9. That includes 4 in the postseason. They are 1 game over 500.
So it was June 9. Since June 9 of last year, they are 1 game over 500. Is that a large enough sample size for us to surmise that we aren't watching a good team, we're watching an average team? Fair or unfair?
I would say fair. I mean, it's not quite a full season of baseball, but it's getting close to that point. And you have the same players. There's really been no meaningful additions to this baseball team. Same manager, same hitting coach. Basically, a weaker bullpen with the loss of Jeff Hoffman for sure. And Aaron Nola's fallen off a cliff in the first month of the season. So, absolutely fair.
Fair or foul? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Hit us up on the text board. Is it fair to say, and listen, I'm not arguing with Salisbury. I think right now, it's hard to make an argument against that this Phillies team is anything more than just, hey, it's an average team. I think it's an average team that has really good pitching. And when you have an average team that has really good pitching, you know what could happen? You could turn into a good team because you have really good pitching. But that doesn't mean you're a great team. And to win a World Series, you need to be great. And I think this team is average that can be good. I don't know that they're good that can be great.
Are they passing the eye test for you? Does it look like they have World Series or even postseason aspirations with the way that they're just going about their business each game here, especially in New York? I mean, that series, that was just very listless, really no energy. They looked like the Joe Girardi Phillies.
That's good. That's an interesting observation. You know, Joe Girardi, I think he was 22-28 that year when he ended up getting fired. And one of the reasons he got fired was the team didn't look like they were responding. The team was underperforming. They end up bringing in Rob Thompson, and he shook it up and got this team on the right track. But is Rob Thompson now done all that he can do with this bunch? Do they need another new voice? You know, see, that's the problem with sports nowadays, the shelf life. The shelf life of a manager. Can you imagine if you had a guy that got you to a World Series, that got you back to 95 wins, and you're saying, this guy's no longer good enough? You know, what's the shelf life on you being good? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
What's the shelf life on you saying, like, Nick Sirianni has won a Super Bowl, he got him to a Super Bowl, he's the winningest coach? At what point are you no longer the coach that your resume says you are? And I know a lot of people are not fans of Rob Thompson to begin with. You know, there's a group of people out there that like the more passionate coach. Rob is very laid back, which is probably why he doesn't bother me as much.
And that's probably why he wasn't able to challenge that play yesterday at home plate.
You believe he should?
Well, he was out. I mean, we saw that on the replay. But can you imagine if he was safe and he was 5 seconds, 10 seconds too late?
Yeah, we talked.
He's laid back.
We talked a little bit about that yesterday, and this is quite frankly, I don't know the mechanics of who calls that down to the manager. Like, is there somebody upstairs that calls and says, "Hey, Rob, you need to," because he certainly doesn't watch it. He's not watching that.
No.
You know.
But you get 15 seconds. That's the threshold to either give
Josh,
your little headphone signal to the umps.
Is it 15 or 30? 15 seconds. Yeah, because you see a lot of times.
It was the eighth inning, so, I mean, you're going to run out of your challenges anyway.
We agreed that he probably should have just taken the shot, but he probably would have lost. But, yeah, I mean, listen, one of the things about Rob that people don't like is he's very laid back, and he protects his players. Like yesterday, he says, hey, look, we're a good team. Well, are you starting to hit the pad? Well, no, I'm not at that date yet. Well, when I get to that date, I'll let you know. There's a lot of people who just don't like that type of that style. Me, I don't have a problem with that type. Like,
do you have a problem with every button that he seems to be pushing is just not working?
Well, I know one problem a lot of people have, and blame who you want on this. Look, if you're somebody who wants to blame Rob Thompson, I could care less. You want to blame Rob Thompson and say he's too reliant on platoons. Listen, I play fantasy baseball, and it drives me insane because these teams are so heavy on platoons. I got a guy, Pavin Smith. All right, he plays for Arizona. He's hitting .390, and he only plays against right-handed pitching because he's a left-handed hitter.
Right.
The Phillies' problem is the perception of the lefty-righty stuff is greater because they have more lefties than everybody else.
Very top-heavy.
They're the only team, I think, that has 5 lefties in their everyday regular lineup. This is different from a team that the platoon players left-handed. Most of the Phillies' platoon players are actually the right-handed players. Their starters are the left-handed players. Now, does it bother me that they are so insistent on lefty-righty? I don't love it. I'd much rather see you be able to use a feel and a gut. But I think it is an organizational philosophy that, hey, if there's a right-handed pitcher, we want a left-handed batter up there. And if it's a left-handed pitcher, we want the right-handed batter up there. And the Mets did the same thing yesterday. Jesse Winker is a left-handed hitter. He came up. They hit for him with Starling Marte, who's a right-handed hitter, to face Matt Strahm. That's just what these teams do. They play the percentages. They don't say this guy's better than that guy or that guy's better than him. They say a left-handed hitter has a higher percentage chance than a left-handed against a right-handed pitcher than he does a left-handed pitcher. Those things bother me, but it doesn't bother me Thompson. It bothers me baseball, if that makes sense.
It's just a baseball, not a problem, but just a philosophy.
Just a philosophy, right.
Everyone subscribes to.
Yeah, so it's like you don't hate Thompson, you hate the game. Like you hate what the game has become, because I watch games all the time, and you see it every single night. This guy comes up to bat, they hit for him. This guy comes up to bat, they hit for him. You might have the top 5 or 6 guys in your lineup that play every day. They're not platoon players. And then you're mixing and matching guys based on
well, your 3 righties, Turner, Casty, and Bohm, they're just not supplying you with what you need from that side of the plate.
No.
And when you're not getting power from Harper, you're really not getting home runs at all from anyone.
So Josh tells me that date that Jim Salisbury came up with, June the 9th, the Phillies lost 6-5 to the Mets in London. I was at that game.
That was Joe Girardi's last game.
No.
Oh, no.
The Phillies are...
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Since that day, when they lost that game to the Mets in London. Now, I was at that game. The Phillies had the lead, and the Mets came back and won that game. I think it was
Was Taijuan Walker pitching that game?
Yeah, Walker definitely pitched the game. Since that day in London, the Phillies are 1 game over 500. So all of the problems they have, all of the issues that are out there, all of the things that we can complain about, I think it's a combination of many things that include this. The lineup is clunky. The top-paid players are not performing at the level that you paid them to perform. The manager is handcuffed a bit because of how left-handed his lineup is. He also doesn't have a lot of great options in the bullpen, so he has to try to navigate his way through a bullpen that is insufficient, right? Somebody said, hey, why the hell would you go to Romano? And I say,
that's a good question, by the way.
Well, listen, who else was he going to go to in that spot? So then if he goes to Ruiz, the same message is, well, why the hell would you go to Ruiz? And if he went to Carlos Hernandez, you would say, well, why the hell did you go to Hernandez?
Anyone but Romano, though, at this point. It doesn't matter what inning, who's on base, what the score is.
He actually pitched decent yesterday. The ball that Starling Marte hits, a little blooper that just kind of finds a place. And that's, is Rob Thompson right when he says that's baseball? That's baseball. Where his guy hits a rocket to the third baseman, they don't score. He has Trey Turner actually hit a ball deep into the hole at short on the nose, and the shortstop makes a great play. And the Mets end up scoring on a little, punch and Judy hit that goes over the second baseman's head, and that wins you the game.
That's just not a good outlook to have with where they are right now and how they're playing the game.
Yeah. Well, we're going to talk to Dave Gallagher, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran. We're going to get his thoughts on this team and ask him, does he think this is a mediocre team?
With all that said, though, do you think Joe Torre could get this team going? Do you think name the manager, Charlie Manuel, I don't care who. Is it the manager, or is it just these players and their approach and everything else?
No, to answer your question, I don't think a different manager is going to change the fact that their bullpen is not good enough, that they do not hit well with runners in scoring position. I don't know what he's supposed to do when you don't come through with runners in scoring position. I don't know what you're supposed to do when your bullpen can't get anybody out. Now, there are little moments.
They need a shakeup, though. They need just
something.
Grab them by the
jolt.
grab him by the jersey and just shake him and just wake him up.
The pick is in tonight at number 32. Ocean Casino Resort has plenty for you to do tonight, so stop out. Make sure you get your name in the drum. If you are here for the tickets, make sure you get your name in the basket for that. We'll do that later on tonight. If you want your picture taken with the Super Bowl trophy, that's on its way here as well. That's open to everybody. You could just be over there playing roulette. Down 2,500. Down on your luck. Hey, I like that guy's shirt. I got that shirt. Nice shirt, buddy. All right, we're live at Ocean Casino Resort, the Eagles draft party. As always, we are live. Stop on out and see us. When we come back, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran Dave Gallagher joins us right here on the Sports Bash.
You're listening to the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
And it just keeps getting better.
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
I can't sleep.
What is it now?
It's the company. It's chaos.
What's chaos now?
The numbers, the expenses, the books. What if we get audited?
No one's gonna audit you at 3 a.m. Go to sleep.
I can't sleep.
Another thing that was said by Rob Thompson and others, we're a good team. I heard that several times. Okay, it's time to start showing it if you are a good team.
Right.
By definition, they are actually a mediocre team. 127 games for the Phillies since last June 9. That includes 4 in the postseason. They are 1 game over 500.
That was Jim Salisbury on the Phillies show. Right now, we're going to talk to former Philly, 9-year Major League Baseball veteran Dave Gallagher is going to join us now. And, Dave, they are 1 game over 500 since June the 9th. I was at that game in London. They lost to the Mets. And since that game, 64 and 63. Is Jim Salisbury right, Dave? Are we watching an average baseball team?
What the production is, if that's what statistics say, how can you argue with it? I do think this team is stagnant, and the worst part about that is fans can think you're stagnant. Fans can get down on you when you're not playing as well as they think you should. But I believe it's seeping into the players. There's just something different about, I'm watching games on television, and the camera goes to the dugout. And what I remember about this team in past years is they really stayed together. And I'm not saying they're pointing fingers publicly or outwardly. I just feel like they know there's not a whole lot of difference in who we are now and who we were. And we're still failing the same way. A couple of changes. Luzardo is a great change to this year, what he's done in the rotation, and backup catcher Marchand, I think, is a improvement, but they're still looking at the same issues. And I do think it's time for, maybe a drastic shakeup. I really do. I don't think they want to see another year go by and not getting their hands on a World Series win.
When you say a drastic shakeup, is that a roster thing, or generally, Dave, you can't trade all the players, so you make a move with the coach or the manager? Is that the shakeup, or does Dave Dombrowski have to say, look, this roster, I've given it 3 seasons, and we're up to another slow start with a lot of the same problems. I got to shake this roster up somehow. Is this a roster shakeup, or is it a managerial shakeup?
Yeah, my gut tells me it's a roster shakeup, and I was an ex-player. I wasn't an ex-coach. You'd think I would lean more towards that. But no, I think Rob Thompson is a baseball guy. He's a baseball lifer, so he definitely knows the game. Is he over the top Dallas Green, Larry Boa? No, he's a different personality. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It just is what it is. But I'll give you an example, and I know I'll get some pushback from your listeners, but if I just use as an example, Bohm being traded for Arenado. Now, if you look at the numbers, they're probably similar. I haven't looked at them. I'm just going by feel. They're probably similar. Both of them can be a right-handed bat in the middle of the lineup. But the biggest difference to me, and this is why I think you do something along these lines, is the mentality. Arenado is a lot like I see Bryce Harper. They hate failing. They hate losing. And it comes out like you see it. Bryce, the camera follows him. He wants to slam that helmet. He's just matured enough that he doesn't do that anymore, not within sight of the camera anyway. But he abhors losing. And so does Arenado. With Alec, I think he's been around a while now. You can't say this is a young player. It changes his body language, which I think can affect his performance going forward. And I think it's shown that this does happen. So maybe bringing in a fiery guy. And the other thing I would say, again, I know there's a lot of people say, are you crazy? I think their biggest value, their asset, is in their starting rotation. And so you'd have to roll the dice a little. You'd have to count on Aaron Nola turning it around. But I'd be willing to take that chance based on who he is, as long as he's healthy. His velocity seems to be down. So I would want to know that he's healthy, because that changes things if he's not. But if I could count on him turning it around, taking a chance. You also have Suarez. he should be able to prove that he's that same guy as 2 years ago within a couple of starts. And if he is, and you've got Painter, there's a reason I'm not saying Sanchez. I think Sanchez is the guy who could bring you back a difference maker. And as much as I would hate to give up a young player of his caliber, the way he's pitching, you've got to give up something to get something. And Phillies aren't getting younger. That I'd hate to see this window close where they come close, they make the playoffs, they get knocked out. It's time. It's time to make some changes, bring back some difference makers. I would approach teams that kind of know they're probably not going to make the playoffs and try to find that right-handed hitting power bat that can split up some of those lefties. And like I said, you got to give up something. Right now, Nola does not have the leverage that he would have had last year, and Suarez has to prove he's healthy. So that leaves Sanchez, and I know he had a scare.
Yeah.
Hopefully he's going to be okay. But, man, can you imagine what he would bring back to a team that's kind of building up with young players?
Talking with Dave Gallagher, a 9-year Major League Baseball veteran, and I just asked Dave, would he shake up the roster? A lot of times you can't trade everybody, so you do the manager. When you watch Ralph, he's not the fiery guy. Do you watch him and question a lot of the things he does? Is a lot of this, hey, some people complain about they're very tied to lefty versus righty or righty versus lefty. Yesterday you're in the 6th inning of a game. The Weston Wilson is the hitter. They shake their pitcher a lefty out. They go to a righty. So what does Philly do? They go to Max Kepler, a left-handed hitter. Later on in the game, they take Sosa, who has 2 hits out of the game, and is hitting .460 on the season, by the way. And they hit Stott in the game when a right-handed pitcher came in. They also did it with Rojas, who he's not Tony Gwynn by any stretch of the imagination, but he's actually the one guy who's been producing for you. And they hit Cal Stevenson. Is that an organizational philosophy? Is that just Rob, the way he likes to do things? When you look at Rob Thompson and his impact on this team being mediocre, how do you kind of surmise that?
I don't know if that's the right way or an organizational way to do things, a straight platoon, but it's the safest way to do it when you're protecting your job. Now, here's my philosophy on platooning. I don't think it should be just straight because there's been some I played on 7 different teams, and I would say the back end of my career, I was a platoon player. But there were several right-handed pitchers that I felt very comfortable against. And
just interject real quick, Dave. Yeah. Right-handed hitters see right-handed pitching their whole life. So righties do have that better propensity to hit a right-handed pitcher. Lefties don't see lefties that are major league caliber essentially their entire life until they get to the majors. People always ask, why do lefties have more of a problem? Well, how many left-handers do you face that are major league caliber in your life growing up? That's where the problem for lefties, I think, is the disconnect for fans sometimes.
Yeah, and again, I think there's just more to it. If a manager is left to, it wouldn't be a gut feeling. It would be based on something. So picture, just let's use as an example, Schwarber or Stott or even Bryce Harper. At times they can look lost against the lefty, especially a lefty slider, curveball. They might buckle a little. But other times when they've been hitting well, swinging the bat well, they'll hang in there and do fine against lefty. And I would say it's the same for a right-hander. A lot of it has to do with how you've been swinging the bat recently. What is your confidence level? Do you feel like you're seeing the ball well? During batting practice, when I was at the Mets, we used to have several coaches throw, and I would request Dave LaRoche because he had a natural run. It was a lefty. He had a natural run on his BP fastball. And it made me stay in longer with my front side and take the ball the other way. And until I got that right, I just didn't feel good at the plate. But once I timed it well, waited long enough, drove it to right center, that made me feel good going into the game. So I think some of it is not just strictly lefty-righty. It should involve how that hitter's been doing recently.
Yeah.
And where is his confidence?
And it seems that, I don't know if that's a Rob thing, if that's an organizational philosophy that they sit down and just say, listen, these 4 guys, Weston Wilson, Edmundo Sosa, Johan Rojas, we don't want them facing, if there's a chance to get them out of the game, do it. And they just follow that, and it seems that that's something that they're pretty tied to, right?
Yeah, I did it. And I remember I almost got myself in some hot water with Jeff Torborg. We had a good relationship, but I was 2 for 2 in a game in Chicago playing for the White Sox. He was my manager, and it was against the lefty. I felt fantastic. I got 2 at-bats and 2 hits under my belt. I feel confident. They brought in a right-hander, and he pinch hit for me. And I did not want to embarrass, number one, the hitter who was hitting for me. I wanted to be respectful, but I was fuming, and I barely got halfway up the tunnel. And I swung my bat at a tee that was just on the wall. And it made a lot of noise because that was a tunnel that echoed back into the dugout. And afterwards, I went into his office and I said, Jeff, you cannot expect me to want to come out of a game. And he was smiling. He said, that's why I like you. You never want to come out of a game.
Yeah.
And I said, I apologize. Like, you're the manager. I cannot question what you're doing. But, man, I was fuming.
But this is a good indication of, we're talking about Dave Gallagher, a 9-year Major League Baseball veteran who, essentially was that guy. You were the platoon guy. So, a lot of times it is almost, I don't care that you have 2 hits, Dave. The numbers say you're right-handed facing a righty. We have a lefty facing this righty. And the team is going to make that move almost every single time, regardless of how well you're doing. Now, you're saying, I don't agree with it, and I think a lot of people in our listening audience are frustrated and don't agree with it either. But these organizations put a lot of money, research, and the research is saying the righty shouldn't face the righty, the lefty has a better shot.
Yeah, I get it. And I know they're going to look at numbers. I know my lifetime batting average was 270-something. And maybe one of the worst things I could have done is I got off to a great start. I want to say it was either year 1 or year 2 against left-handed pitching, like well over 300. And that kind of locked me in as, hey, this guy can really hit lefties. But I was thinking, it's not that bad against righties. To your point, Mike, I faced a lot of righties in my lifetime.
Right.
And there were some lefties. I don't know if you remember John Candelaria. I'm dating myself. But he had a breaking ball that felt like it was 3 feet outside. And then it would just backdoor you. I just didn't see the ball well off of him. And he was left-handed. So there was
as a right-handed hitter, I hated facing left-handed pitchers.
I believe you.
Yeah.
I believe you. That's my point. Is some of it is mindset, getting to know your players, what frame of mind they're in, but you question. I mean, you open yourself up to questions from the media if it doesn't work out, and you got to have a lot of confidence. You got to feel solid in your job to not worry so much about that.
Dave,
I can tell you a guy that did. Jim Leland never worried about that.
No,
he never worried about what anyone's going to think about it.
How hard? Sorry, I'm going to try to get a couple quickies in before we run out of time. How hard is it, Rob's job right now, with the bullpen he currently has? How much more difficult does that make his job when he can't really trust anybody? And I'm imagining, and maybe you could talk, I know your role is a little different, where, you're not throwing 110 pitches in a game. You're on 88 pitches the other night, Lozano. 88 pitches, he's kind of cruising along. They go to bullpen, and they're saying, hey, bullpen, give us 6 outs. We don't want the pitcher to go 100 pitches if we can avoid it. We have a 2-run lead against the Marlins. How hard is it to manage a team where you can't trust your bullpen?
Well, I think it's very telling. First of all, me and you talked the first. I want to say it was the first week of the season, and we discussed whether these games in April have that much meaning. And my response was, when you're trying to win a World Series, when it's World Series win or bust, they all do have meaning, even these games now, because you're going to look back and say, damn, how did we fall this far behind if we'd have won a few of them here? But what it does allow you to do is do things that you might not be able to do in a playoff. Like, you can't trust in the playoff a guy that's been struggling. You probably just won't use him. And I think they're sticking with Romano because they're hoping that he can right the ship. They'll be a better team if he can solidify a spot in that bullpen. Alvarado's been pretty darn good. My worries about him has always been that back foot slider to a right-handed hitter with guys on base, especially on third. I've always worried about that, to come in late in the game and bounce one and let a run score. But to his credit, he's pitching with a lot of confidence, and he's dominating right now. So he's held his end of the bargain. But you're right, the middle relievers especially. Kirkring has, for the most part, been good. I know he struggled of late, but he's been good and has great stuff. Ross, a little bit back and forth. So they're trying to figure it out for sure. I don't know if they have anything that they believe in their minor league system, or we probably will see it if they do.
Yeah, that's Kirkering too. He's got great stuff. I just don't think he knows when to use it or how to trust it or what. I mean, that's been the frustrating part with him. Strom, they go. You go and you go on relievers. You got to get them so much before they're like, hey, I'm not against a little bit here. You can't use a guy every single day of the week.
Yeah, that's the pitching coach and the bullpen coach. They got to get that feeling of, who's an everyday guy, who bounces back and who needs that day of rest. But that means the rest of the staff has to cooperate and do their job in order to keep that guy out of that game. So that's a team-wide thing, at least the pitching staff-wide thing.
Well, we started this conversation talking about, they have a void in the lineup. You paid $300 million, and Sullivan shouldn't generally be brought into it, but your ROI on Trey Turner, I don't think it's what they expected. Castellanos has been very good, but I think when they paid him $100 million, they want him to be that right-handed bat behind Harper, and he really hasn't been that protection. So he's kind of been put into a spot in the five hole. JT Realmuto, $23 million. You got him hitting 7th most games of the week. So the ROI from some of your high-paid guys just isn't there right now. And quite frankly, I don't see any signs of consistency in the past. It's going to say these guys are ready to burst out. Castellanos hit 35 homers in Cincinnati. That hasn't happened here. Trey Turner was doing everything. He filled up the stat sheet. That's not happening right now. JT looks like a declining player. So we go back to the question we started with. We're just watching kind of a mediocre team that was once good and now it's kind of declined a bit.
I can't disagree with anything you just said on that rate of return, or rate of investment, return on investment. There we go. But yeah, you got some really good players, good names, good resume that just aren't performing to what was expected. I'll say this, Mike, having played for 7 different teams, if I haven't learned anything else, I have learned that when you're playing well, pretty much everybody on the roster is safe. Nobody likes to make changes when things are going well. So you could be hitting 175 this early in the season, but if the team is winning, it's kind of like the staff has blinders on for now. Why shake it up? But when you're struggling the way they are and the expectations being as high as they are, I think they're having conversations about, okay, what can we do to shake this up? Like I said, I think the players almost look like they know it's got to happen. It's good. It's just stagnant is the best word I can come up with.
Well, Dave, we always appreciate your insight. 9-year Major League Baseball veteran, spent 1 year at Philadelphia with the Phillies, 7 teams around baseball. Always good to get his perspective because you can see how different organizations do things and how things all happen at this game we call baseball. Dave, we'll catch up with you soon, pal. Appreciate it.
All right, Mike, enjoy the draft tonight.
I will do that.
big Chiefs fan. He'll be watching the draft. They pick 31.
Uh-oh, that's
the Eagles
right.
pick 32.
One pick right above those birds. Yep.
Yes, we are live at the Gallery, bar booking games, the Fanatic Sports Book. I got the draft drink specials, $7 beers, Miller Lite, Yingling, $10 specialty cocktails. And if you're coming with a group, just get a bucket, $35 for the bucket with your friends. Now, that's what we do when we're in Clearwater. Sometimes we just get the bucket.
Those buckets are nice in Clearwater, let me tell you.
Too many Phillies pitchers pitching in Clearwater right now and not here at the big club. Andrew Painter, Ranger Suarez. By the way, the Phillies just announced Brandon Marsh will begin a rehab assignment tonight with Lehigh Valley. If that excites you, not me. I don't need to see Brandon Marsh anytime in the near future. We're live at the Gallery. Stop out. John McMullen at 3. Which player does Sal Paolantonio think the Eagles need to take at 32? He'll join me at 5 o'clock tonight on the Sports Bash. All right, welcome back. We're live at the Gallery Bar booking games at Ocean. So I met one of the three people from Delhaven. Josh, Larry from Delhaven was. He said, "I'm one of the three." I don't know where he went, but he had an Eagles jersey on, old school one.
Are you satisfied now that those people exist?
Well, I met Larry. I want to see the other ones. In fact, Larry from Delhaven. Where's Larry at? Larry, you just won a prize. What did he win? Larry won something. And Linda DeTilio, wherever Linda is. Linda and Larry.
Right.
There's Linda. She won a prize. Come on over and see my friend over here. She'll get you all
go Seminoles. There you go. Florida State.
Yeah.
All right.
Good to see everybody out there. I saw my man Phil over there. He has a Fire Dombrowski sign he handed me.
That's a little overboard now.
You ready for that yet?
No, not yet. Not quite.
Pete, if you had to choose, are you firing Dombrowski or Thompson?
Right now or in June when they're still 500?
Pick one.
Right now, no one. June, Topper.
Are you a Topper fan? Don't care? It's like people think
I
I
like
have
him.
this Topper. Like, I could care less about Topper. To me, he's insignificant. This team
Yeah.
is not good enough. If the team I thought, like, I think the problems they have are not a Topper problem. Their bullpen stinks. He can't fix the bullpen. Their lineup comes up small all the time. If I thought the manager...
Do they need a different voice, a different personality?
That is one thing that I definitely would say. Okay, do I think his message is stale? I can investigate that. I think I need more time for that, though.
Yeah.
I can't go April and say that has happened.
Kevin Long, though, I mean.
Yeah, but that's a Harper guy. Who's Johnny Mac's guy? He's going to join me next. Draft day party at the gallery, and we got a good crowd early on in the first hour. And by the way, we gave away our first prizes. Larry and Linda were our first winners. They won tickets to a show at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. So congratulations to them. We will have the Lombardi Trophy here in just a little bit. It's en route from what I'm being told. The man with the white gloves is driving the trophy here. And I know there are people who drove here specifically for the picture. They got a whole area to my left. If you're in the building, over in this corner over there, will be the setup where you get your picture taken with the trophy. John McMullen, Birds 365, and Sports Illustrated on draft day. A tradition like no other joins me now on the Sports Pass. Johnny Mac, what's up, buddy? Well, he doubles as the guy at our front desk. Yeah. Well, it's not quite
Stanley Cup, right? Where people get to drink out of it, it passes through. Well, the guy with the white gloves doubles as the guy that works. Oh, he's right there. He shows up. He's just there. He doubles as the guy that works on our front desk. Anyway, John, it's draft day. It's finally here. But the Eagles will not draft potentially until tomorrow, like midnight after. We'll see, generally right around there, 11:30, 11:45. Unless they trade. If I was to start this conversation off and just say, John, well, they pick 32. Let's start there. Your thoughts on that?
I would think that's the least likely of the three possibilities. It's taking 32. I think they're more likely to trade up or trade back than stand pat. But we'll see. A lot of it depends on the board and how it falls. And unfortunately, or fortunately, you can look at it both ways. Obviously, you want to be at 32 because it means you won the Super Bowl, but you're at the mercy of 31 others in the draft. So, the Eagles generally go about it. They have a cluster of names they're interested in, and it's usually 4 or 5. And if one of those guys starts to drift and the rest of them, it's pretty clear they're not going to be able to get, they'll try to trade up. If they can't trade up, they'll try to trade back to another cluster of players. So that's generally how they do it and how they and that's every round.
I want to ask you something. We brought this up on your show Wednesday morning, Birds 365. They have 20 picks over this draft next year. Would that say, because they have so many picks, trading back to add more picks is less likely?
Not necessarily. I mean, from the perspective, because they do have to repopulate this roster a little bit. If you look at the secondary is a good example. When you lose, I think a lot of people look at Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean and say, well, they're not taking a cornerback again, but they've looked at a lot of cornerbacks, and the reason why is, Darius Slay is no longer here. Isaiah Rodgers is no longer here. Avonte Maddox is no longer here. So you have to repopulate the roster. And then you look at the secondary as a whole. You trade C.J. Gardner-Johnson. So you need multiple bodies in the defensive backfield. You need multiple bodies up front on the defensive front, losing Josh Sweat, Milton Williams, and Brandon Graham. So especially defensively, they have to repopulate this roster. So they have 8 picks this year. And from this perspective, if they took 8, I'd be fine with that. Where it gets a little bit murky, and this is one of the few things that I'll criticize Howie for. He doesn't like to cut draft picks. Does not like it. Anaya Smith would be my example from last year. Didn't deserve to make this team coming out of training camp, but he's going to keep them, and that's been his history. And Dylan McMahon, to a certain extent, he didn't want to cut him. Eventually, they had to cut him, and the Rams picked him up off waivers.
So they have 5 fifth-round picks. Do you want to take 5 fifth-round picks? Probably not. So it depends how you look at it. But from the number of bodies, yeah, if you're projecting to next year 12, they're not going to take 12 players. This year, they could use 8 players.
All right, John, let's get into, you mentioned there's 3 possibilities. You drafted 32, you trade back, get more picks, or we move up. Are there any guys that you have any indication that would be ones that would move up for? This guy got to a certain spot. We really like him. We want to get him. How do those guys exist in your mind?
Well, I think the most obvious is Walter Nolan. If he starts to fall and starts to fall to the Eagles' orbits, I think that's the one guy I'd say, all right, that's a very Eagles-y pick. I'd coin that term. Who is the most Eagles-y pick? And starting at 32 in this draft, I would say Walter Nolan. Tremendous talent. Some nebulous talk about him missing practices, and some people don't like how many times he transferred, and not only college but high school, all that kind of stuff. But these are not significant black marks against your reputation or things like that. So, Howie had mentioned leaning on Dom, and he's the best in the business, Dom DeSandro, at doing background checks and things like that. So the Eagles trust themselves more than most teams. We saw that with Jalen Carter versus the Chicago Bears, who were scared to death. And all of a sudden now there's a big difference from 9th in the draft to 32nd in the draft. But if a player like that starts to slip, I could see them moving up. And then some of the edge rushers as well. Donovan Ezeraku from Boston College, who's a South Jersey kid. Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M, who's the guy I've focused on because he's got a huge upside. It seems to me, just judging the way the Eagles have done their homework, they're looking for a high-ceiling player because this draft is just loaded with uncertainty. And they want to take a swing and say, hey, we're at 32. You're not supposed to get a home run. But if you can get a home run, and the upside of guys like Nolan and Stewart, their upside is home run. Other guys, it's like a double in the gap.
Mm-hmm.
So I think they're going to try to get that high upside.
Is that why they looked at Nolan Smith when they drafted? I mean, I know it wasn't. I don't think it was 32. It might have been 30 or 31 or somewhere deep in the draft. When they drafted Nolan, was that what they were saying? Upside over, hey, safety here?
So I think Nolan's a little bit different. Nolan kind of fell, probably just size issues, maybe some production issues in college that should be familiar with, and some injury issues. Just that's one of, not the injuries, but the knock on Stewart is the traits didn't match the production. With Nolan, he didn't have a ton of production at Georgia, but there are a lot of people that thought if Carter was off the board, the Eagles would draft Smith at 10. So he was a guy who just fell because of some issues, and the Eagles said, yeah, we'll take him at 30. And it took a while, but now people are very excited about the upside of Nolan Smith, and they should be.
John McMillan, Birch 365 with me here. Draft day, got a lot of questions. All right, John, your biggest roster concern, biggest question mark on this roster as we head into tonight, that if Monday you're back on and they didn't address, what would that be?
Edge rusher.
So they got to go to edge rusher, you think?
Yeah.
So in other words, let's expand on that real quick. They signed Uche, Aziz Ojulari. They've got Jalix Hunt. They still have Bryce Huff. But in your mind, they cannot go to training camp with that group.
No, in a lot, it's interesting. If you ask me who the second best edge rusher is on the Eagles, I would tell you Bryce Huff. Now, fans would, lose their minds if they think about that, but most fans. But I don't think Vic likes the player. And, it might be, I certainly think from Howie's standpoint that he would like to reboot it and try it one more time because the contract makes it very difficult to trade him or anything of that nature. But so I kind of put Huff off to the side. But, if you told me the Philadelphia Eagles are going to go into the season with a four-man edge rush rotation of Nolan Smith, Alex Hunt, Aziz Ojulari, and Josh Uche, I just don't believe it. I don't believe they would do that. They value the position too much. You saw how much money they spent to bring Bryce Huff in last year. It didn't work out. And we'll see. Maybe they will just reboot it. And I think he would surprise people if they gave him an opportunity. But sometimes when your defensive coordinator is not in love with a player, you got to shift gears. And I think the Eagles might have to shift gears.
Well, our back group, if we do a pass rush kind of depth check here, we know Jalen Carter, he's not an edge guy, but he's maybe, one of their better pass rushers. Nolan Smith, you hope he emerges to that next level. Is there an under-the-radar name of that group that you think could emerge as a real rotational player?
Yeah, I think Ojulari could be a rotational player. But again, I don't think you want him to be a starter by any stretch. You want him to be probably the fourth guy in the best case scenario. And then long term, I think people are skipping steps with Alex Hunt. One of the things about, getting developmental guys is I think they already have a real good developmental prospect at edge. So I'd want somebody who's ready to go. And that to me would be, the good thing about this draft is there's a lot of edge rushers. It's one of the deeper positions. So you might have 7 guys who are going to go in the first round. And a lot of people say, why would you take the 7th edge rusher over the best safety like Malachi Stark or the second best safety? Well, if the 7th best edge rusher is better than the best safety in a particular year, you take the edge rusher. And certainly the Eagles will look at it that way because they have a need at the position and they value the position. So everything lines up in this draft for the Eagles to go edge rusher. But you do have to like the player.
So what's more plausible in your mind? They draft an edge guy or trade for an established one?
Draft is more likely because you have to say, look, people could talk about TJ Watt and Trey Hendrickson. Howie's already went through that and explained it with Myles Garrett. If we bring in a player of that caliber, and they're not Myles Garrett, but TJ's as close as you can get, and Trey's very good, they're going to have to make other moves to fit them under the cap and fit them into the equation. So they would have to have a lot of moving parts to acquire players like TJ Watt and Trey Hendrickson. And that's not in the plan right now. Trayvon Walker, a lot of people have thrown that name out there. That's more doable. Kayvon Thibodeau, I doubt the Giants would want to be in business with the Eagles, but you never know. That's a little bit more doable, but obviously it's a lot easier to just draft somebody.
Yeah, you said Thibodeau. What was the other name you said after Thibodeau?
Trayvon Walker, from Jacksonville.
You'd make one of our listeners ecstatic. He texted in for the last 6 years that they should try to trade for Trayvon Walker. So tonight could be the night for that
guy. So you know that.
Yeah.
He's got a ton of upside. I think people downplay him because Aiden Hutchinson's better, but he's been good. And I don't know why Jacksonville wants to trade him, or if they do want to trade him. But Jacksonville is one of those teams that tend to make bad decisions. So some things that they don't make sense.
Is there a guy that you think they're counting on to make a big leap that's on the current roster?
Yeah, a bunch of guys. That's what this season's been about. Kaylee Ringo at cornerback, Sidney Brown at safety. Even if you want to go let Tyler Steen on the offensive side, all these positions where they've said goodbye to veteran players from a Super Bowl team with the thought process that the potential future is here. The one position and Dallas Goedert at tight end, the uncertainty there. If they're not going to bring Dallas Goedert back, and all indications are they're not, they don't have the heir apparent at all on tight end. So, that's a position that is going to be heavily. I don't think you can make that move early at 32, but second and third round. I think that's a position that could be addressed.
All right, we're going to get to the tight end stuff in just a second. I want to go to corner. There's a guy here wearing a Cooper DeJean jersey. With Slump and Rogers gone, you mentioned Ringo. They brought in Adoree Jackson. How confident do you think the Eagles are to go into camp with Ringo and Adoree Jackson, or his corner? They drafted in the first round and second round last year. Could they do it again this year?
Yeah, they could. One of the things that surprised me the most, especially late in the process, is how many defensive backs they brought in, both corners and safeties. Trey Amos, Maxwell Harrison. I've heard they really like Jahdae Barron from Texas, but he's not going to be available where they pick. I don't think he could go as early as 13 to Miami. So they've done a lot of homework on cornerbacks, and also, day two potential and day three guys who have some versatility. Jalen Smith from Southern California, Jalen Reed, who's got some versatility, played safety, can play slot from Penn State. So they've looked at a lot of defensive backs, and it's because of what I just said. They lost a lot in the secondary. Some of it, they felt they had to move on from Slay from a cap standpoint, from CJ from a cap standpoint, but also depth. Isaiah Rodgers got too expensive. Avonte Maddox, a lot of people dismiss, but man, that guy played nickel. He played dime. He played safety. He was a very valuable reserve to this team. And as I said, they have to repopulate the defensive backfield.
More likely, in your mind, do they go to training camp with the safety group they currently have?
Oh, no shot. I mean, they're going to add, if they don't draft a safety, Justin Simmons might be here, in 2 days. Like Mekhi Becton last year, perfect example. They went into last year's draft with the assumption that they were going to get somebody with guard tackle versatility because there were a ton of them in the first round. And they weren't able to do it. They have to shift gears, and they drafted Quinyon. And ultimately got Cooper at 40. And 2 days after the draft or whatever it was, Mekhi Becton. I think you might see, if they don't get a safety or a safety that they think is a potential contributor earlier in the process, not saying 32, but over the first 2 days, Justin Simmons might be here a day or two after the draft.
All right, Joe McNeil, Bet 365. Weekday mornings, 8 a.m. on the Jacob Media YouTube channel. You can watch them live, react to, and I'm sure you guys are doing stuff live tonight. We've got a couple more minutes here with John for the takes. Let's see. There was a report from Miami about Jalen Ramsey, and that the Eagles are one of the teams. Washington saw them in there. Anything in your mind to Ramsey? Does that, obviously Vic was there. Would that make sense to you? Would you be surprised if they were involved on that?
Yeah, I don't see the fit. I don't know who had that report, but I mean, Jalen wasn't really happy.
Seguro.
Yeah, Jalen wasn't really happy.
So it's not it's not a radio host just throwing it out there.
No, Armando's good,
yes.
But yeah, I mean, Vic likes to play a lot of zone, and Jalen Ramsey is a Hall of Fame corner who likes to play press, and I think he wasn't necessarily thrilled from the standpoint of playing in the scheme, which you can criticize for Jalen Ramsey or go in a different direction. But I don't think either side was happy with it. I can say Nick Sirianni loved Jalen, loved the player. But he's also extremely, extremely expensive. And we just talked about it with Trey Hendrickson and TJ Watt. And Howie has said this on the record, we're not in a position to do that kind of thing with those types of players right now.
Tight end, is this the last day of Dallas Goedert in a Philadelphia Eagles capacity? Is he tonight the night?
Not necessarily. I mean, one thing, Howie's very stubborn, and from all accounts, he wants a 4th-round pick, and it doesn't have to be this year. It could be in the future. He thinks it's a market inefficiency around the NFL. He will take future picks. So he'll take a 2026 4th. He'll take a 2027 4th. But he wants a 4th-round pick, and if he doesn't get it, he will be stubborn. You saw it with James Bradbury last year. And in the case with Dallas Goedert, also, here's how I explain it with Dallas Goedert. If he were on a different team and they wanted to move on, and he would say, "Where's Dallas Goedert a fit?" I would say Philadelphia is a perfect fit because they're ready to win a Super Bowl. They won a Super Bowl. They're trying to win a second. This is a veteran player, over 30. I'd say that'd be a great team to go get Dallas Goedert. But when it's in-house and Dallas Goedert saying, "Man, I've done a lot for this organization. I deserve more money. I deserve more guaranteed money." And from the Eagles' perspective, it's, well, he's over 30. We don't want to go too far into the future. It's a difficult hurdle. So it's interesting. If he was outside, he'd be a perfect fit. Inside, both ends of the equation don't want him playing under the final year of his contract, and it's tough to come to come to that middle ground. And to date, it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Would they trade up for a tight end?
Trade up you're not going to be there's only 2 guys, Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland. You're not going to get them. So I don't think they trade up. Now in the second round, yes. If there's, depending who they like of the second tier guys, whether it's Mason Taylor or Arroyo from Miami, Terrence Ferguson from Oregon, they would be the next grouping. Of that 3, yeah, the Eagles could potentially, if they like the player, potentially go after one of those players.
Well, one more possible ahead. Eagles at 32, they could move up, they could move back. They might not take anything at all, but they do have 9 picks in the draft, 4 in the 5th round, which I guess we would all surmise to make 4 picks in the 5th round seems highly unlikely. So you're going to have to pay attention essentially all weekend long, starting tonight. And, of course, you can listen to every pick of the draft right here on 97.3 ESPN. John, what is your draft day assignments, and where can people find you?
Oh, boy. It starts on the Jacob Sports YouTube channel. After every pick, I'll be on eventually. These things are very difficult because Howie's going to talk right away. You got to talk to the players. So eventually, but the good thing about YouTube is it's on demand, as you know, with your channel. So people can check it out there, whether they do it live or they do it on demand. But I'll be talking about every pick, every trade, every move after it's done at some point. So you'll be able to see me there. And obviously in written form for people who do like to read about these things, SI.com/NFL/Eagles. I'll be breaking down every pick and every move there in written form.
Well, John, I'm sure we'll be touching base between now and this end of this draft sometime next week to get a recap and get your thoughts on how Howie Roseman did in this NFL draft, which of course is tonight on 97.3 ESPN. All right, buddy, we'll talk to you.
All right, thanks, Mike.
Yes, John. And of course, right here on the Sports Pass Live.
ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube. For the people who are in attendance today at Ocean, we are streaming live on the middle screen at the bar, about 12 o'clock from the bar. People are able to get their picture taken now with the Lombardi Trophy.
I do
it has
see
made
people
its
with
way.
their phones out here now.
Yeah, it's made its
crowd
way.
over there.
Gonna have to get your picture taken here, Pete.
I will right now during this commercial break.
You gonna butt in the line? You gonna cut in front of the line?
Little Badinsky in the line. Okay.
All right, coming up next, you just heard John's take on the Eagles draft possibilities. Rick Saratella, who covers the draft, he has more insight on which prospects might fit best in a Vic Fangio scheme or a Eagles offense. Kevin Petula, we don't really know what he runs. So stick around when NFL draft expert Rick Saratella from All Access Draft Bible next on the Sports Bash.
This is the home of the Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles.
Eagles fans, savor it and rejoice.
97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mira joyed that Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at Walmart.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
All right, 3:31, Sports Bash Live at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort. We're inside the Fanatic Sportsbook. Peachy, I'm giving you $100.
I did get a selfie with the trophy, by the way.
Did you?
Yep. Now there's a long line, but I was able to.
You butt it in front. I'm giving you
Only a
$100. You're going to the window.
Yep.
And you're placing that bet on who? At 32.
I like the offensive. See, you didn't ask McMullen anything about the offensive line.
Well, I got Mosher coming up in a little bit.
That's true. I think that they do need to look at that offensive line position at 32 if they're going to stay there. Now, all bets are off if they're going to move up, if Howie likes a guy that's slipping maybe a little bit. But at 32, I would go offensive line. The kid from Oregon I like.
You're going O-line.
Yeah.
Very boring.
Hey, they just listen. That is a good point. I would like to see a curveball.
Where do you think they need an offensive lineman? Where's this guy going to play? Guard.
To
so you don't
replace
like
Becton.
Tyler Steen?
I don't like Steen, and I don't like the guy that they got for CJ either.
Yeah, Kenyon Green.
Right. So they have to replace Becton. That's my concern.
I don't mind Tyler Steen. I thought he did a decent enough job in the times that he was called on, and I think I wouldn't be like, oh my God, how are you neglecting this position if they just went with Tyler Steen?
Because they have lost a ton of guys, and they are going to have to replace them somehow, some way, and it's going to probably happen on Friday and Saturday with these late-round picks, I assume. But this offseason has kind of been boring, right? I mean, we did have the CJ trade, which was out of left field.
No, right. They haven't signed a free agent where you were like, by the way, look what they're doing to this field up here. Jeez.
That's Minnesota, yeah.
Dude, did you see the crowd there? There's more people right here at the gallery.
Waiting in line to see the Lombardi
There
trophy.
are more people sitting at the bar here than there is at that baseball game right now in Minnesota. Not even a question. Not even a question. So congratulations to the listeners. You've done a great job. We have filled this place up more than Target Field filled up for a Twins game today. Rick Saratello is going to jump in the stream in just a second. We'll get some draft stuff from him. I want to ask him about the offensive line, his thoughts on that.
Are you expecting a curveball from Howie tonight?
I feel like we always expect a curveball, and we usually get something.
We usually get it.
So
right.
I feel like tonight just might be straight and narrow.
32.
I'll tell you, I'm going to ask Rick about this. The fact that the Eagles have 20 picks between this year and next year, how does that factor in to their draft strategy tonight? In other words, I got 20 picks. By the way, before Rick jumps on, Keith Vasquez from Brooklyn. Keith.
There he is.
You're a winner, buddy.
Oh, he's a Jets fan, though. That's
Well,
okay. That's okay.
He donated us Mekhi Becton. Thank you so much. He gave us Mekhi Becton. We thank him for that.
Yes.
And Becton gave us the Super Bowl, and he gave the Jets one long injury, it felt like. Just a constant injury. But how it affects your draft status if you have all these picks, 20 picks over the next two drafts, to say, hey, I'm going to make a trade and add more picks. Does that sound like something that makes a lot of sense? Or is it more like, hey, I got 20 picks. I'm at 32. Let me go to 20. Let me go to 20 because there's a guy I really like at number 20. There's a guy, an edge rusher, that I can really see playing and making an impact for us today, day one, Thursday night football, when they kick the season off. Who are they playing?
They are playing.
They don't have that announced yet.
No,
I'm
they're
just
not.
saying. Detroit, Washington, whoever they're lined up.
I would like to. I could see Washington. I would like to see a rematch of that NFC title game. Why not?
Wouldn't be surprised if
Good
they
opener.
went down that road. Detroit, I think it's going to be Philly-Detroit. That would be my thought. On the Thursday night game. Now, remember last year the Eagles had that Friday night game that started. They had the Thursday night game with the Super Bowl champions. Then they played the Friday night Brazil game. So this year you're getting one day earlier. But, when we look at it, all right, we're going to
back to the draft. They have 4 fifth-round picks, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, let's bring Rick Saratella in, NFL Draft Bible, all access. Got a lot of people here watching you, Rick. They're waiting bated breath to hear some insight from Rick Saratella from NFL Draft Bible. We're live at Ocean Casino for the draft party. All right, Eagles 32. Here's my question I have for you as we've been bouncing this around. They have 20 picks between this year and next year. If you have 20 picks in your Howie Roseman, are you less likely to trade back to add more picks? Or because you have so many picks, you're more likely to move up because you have an abundance?
Well, Mike, I think you got to let the board play itself to you and let it come to you, right? Because to me, a draft pick is a lottery pick. You see starters drafted day 1, day 3, round 7. Every round you get guys who, when you're making a draft pick, you're in the back of your head, you're thinking this guy has a chance to start for us, at least for the first 3 or 4 rounds. And even I believe great organizations make their money on day 2 and day 3. Now, I might be a little bit biased, but if there's a blue chip talent, if there's a franchise player, I'm hearing now Will Johnson is a guy who could fall all the way out of the first round. He was being talked about as a top 5, top 10 overall pick. Is there a guy, James Pierce, starts falling down the board? Howie showed he'll go up and get that guy. So you got to let the board play out and see who falls to you.
Okay, so let me get your perspective on this end. You know these prospects very well. You have the ammunition. Where's the sweet spot for a move up that you would say if this guy falls there, Howie make that call and move up?
Well, it's interesting with all the smoke surrounding A.J. Brown. What if a Tet McMillan started to slide? They say Dallas Cowboys, he really won't get past the Cowboys at 12. He could go as high as number 5 to Jacksonville. What if Tet McMillan, not a likely Eagles pick, but what if he's kind of there in the back burner, wide receiver 3 for a year? After a season, you got all these guys you got to pay. Just an outside the box kind of element there with Tet McMillan.
So you're not saying to trade A.J. Brown. You're saying to be prepared for what could happen with him down the road.
Yeah, there's some things going on social media, and sometimes you try to read the tea leaves, but at some point you got to part ways. We saw it this year. You couldn't pay everybody, and that trend is only going to continue as you move forward. But the one guy that makes so much sense, Mike, is Tyler Booker, and I think he could go as high as the Cardinals, who are picking in the middle of the rounds. But if he slides past Arizona, Tyler Booker is a guy that I would love to plug right in between those beasts on that offensive line.
So you talking offensive line. We just were discussing that before you jumped on. Right guard, they have a void. Walter Nolan, I want to get your thoughts there. In your mind, is he on the board at 32, or is that crazy talk?
I think that's crazy talk because there are well-respected people within the scouting community who
I do want to tell you, I was on a radio show the other night where they do a live mock draft, and I was the picker for the Eagles, and Walter Nolan was available, and I took him.
Yeah, well, in the NFL, people are looking for 3 techs who can provide pass rush from the interior, and I got to say, there's some well-respected people in the scouting community who have him rated ahead of Mason Graham. So, I wouldn't be surprised if Walter Nolan came off the board before a Mason Graham. I don't see it at 32.
Give me an edge rusher you trade up for from 32.
Well, for me personally, I like this kid out of UCLA, Olawufemi Melifanu, and I probably butchered his name. I apologize. But, to me, he was such a good-looking player down in Mobile. He just switched halfway through the season. He was a failed off-ball linebacker for 3.5 years. They said, let's try this 6'5", 260-pound dude on the edge. And all he did was get after the quarterback. I mean, he must have led the NCAA in sacks the second half of the season. His best football is yet to come. I think he's a dark horse candidate for round 1, somebody nobody's talking about.
One guy that people are talking about, but there's a lot to it, is Mike Green. What happens tonight for him?
Woo! How comfortable do you feel with the interview process, right? Because we saw him at the Combine. A little sexual misconduct at Virginia. A little sexual misconduct in high school. Don't worry. Haven't been charged with anything. So you got to get
There are a lot of people, Rick, that think that without that he's the best pass rusher in this draft. Would you put him maybe not ahead of Carter, but 1 or 2? Do you look at him as, if he didn't have this baggage, we're talking about a top 10 player?
I think so. In terms of the most ready pass rusher, he's got all the tools in the toolbox, the repertoire, the rip, the dip. I mean, he's got all the pass rush moves that you can ask for. I would make an argument. Michael Williams, who's a dark horse for the top 10, by the way, out of Georgia, just like Trayvon Walker, those Bulldogs, they rotate that defensive line so he doesn't stuff the stat box. But when you talk about length, athleticism, measurables, bend on the edge, Michael Williams out of Georgia, real good-looking player.
If you were to tell me Malachi Starks is there at 32, is that a home run? Or, listen, they're not taking a safety?
Oh, no, that's a clean player. He's got a high floor. He played a little bit out of position this past year. A lot of nickelback he played at Georgia, which I don't see him at the next level, but he showed he could do it. Mike struggled at times with some of the faster guys, but he was playing cover man nickel, but he's a true safety, and he's my number 1 safety, and I have him as a top 10, top 15 caliber player. If he's on the board at 32, that is phenomenal.
All right, we're talking with Rick Saratella, NFL Draft Bible. We are live at the Gallery Bar Book and Games. By the way, it's hard for me to hear you because it's pretty crowded here. But I want to get the draft starting in about 4 hours from now. When we get Cam Ward off the board, what's the next story?
The next story, I think, is going to be a trade with the Chicago Bears. I do believe they're going to leapfrog the Raiders and swap with the number 5 team, Jacksonville. I think the Bears are going to trade up to 5 to take Ashton Genty.
All right, so it's funny because the Raiders, they think they're going to be at 6 and getting Ashton Genty. You think the Bears will leapfrog the Raiders so that they can make that pick. So are you saying that you think that Cleveland and New York are locked into their picks now?
I do. I think it's going to be Cam Ward 1, Travis Hunter 2, Abdul Carter 3. And I think what people might not see coming is the run on offensive tackles, like Will Campbell 4, Kelvin Banks at 6, and then Armand Membo at 7 could very well happen with an offensive tackle run inside the top 10.
All right, so it's interesting because the Giants, if they pass on the quarterback at 3, my question goes back to where the Eagles are at 32.
Mm-hmm.
If a Shedeur Sanders, a Dart, a Milroe are on the board at 32, do teams get on the phone with Philadelphia, much like they did in 2017, and said, hey, Baltimore, we want that 5th-year option. We want this pick. Do those quarterbacks make it more likely that the Eagles get a call at 32?
I think there's no doubt a team like Cleveland, a team like the Giants, a team like the Saints, they're all going to be looking to possibly get back into the back end of the first round. And, hey, Mike, let's not rule out the Eagles pulling the trigger on a Jalen Milroe and letting him sit behind Jalen Hurts for a few years to develop. That wouldn't be the worst idea either. So, I think it's a possibility that there's going to be a quarterback on the board that the Eagles can trade out of. Teams like to have that 5th-year option, have that quarterback under control. I think it's going to be a wild, fascinating draft. One name to keep an eye on, Gray Zabel could go as high as number 12 to the Cowboys. I thought I was a little bit high on him being a top 20 pick. This guy could go close to the top 10.
All right, Rick. Everybody's wondering about Sanders. Your thought, will he be picked in the first round? Some people say 21. If he's on the board, that's the last spot for him.
No doubt about it. Shedeur Sanders is going to be taken in the first round. He's a great talent. Mike Tomlin loves him, by the way. And I think the other interesting storyline when it comes to the QB carousel, keep an eye on Kirk Cousins. Day 2, he said he would be willing to waive his no-trade clause after the first round is over. So where does Kirk Cousins lands on day 2 of the draft? That's going to be a storyline to watch tomorrow.
Well, okay, and that's another part of this draft. We always kind of, guys that do all the draft coverage, you're looking at the prospects and everything. Would you rather the prospects in this draft, let's say at edge, or one of the veteran guys, Trey Hendrickson, a Watt, if those guys were actually available?
Well, there's nothing better than a proven commodity like a Watt. I mean, give me that guy all day. But like a Hendrickson, you got to give up draft compensation, and then you have to pay him. I think there's some very good edge rushers in this draft that you can get who are comparable, that you don't have to pay as much. You don't have to give up the draft equity. You stay on your pick. Like I said, these draft picks are lottery tickets. You never know who the next great player is going to be.
Never know, but I'll tell you what we do know is that, and we've talked a little bit about this in the times that you've been on, but the running back position seems to be making a comeback. Will they be prevalent in tonight's draft?
I think so. I think Omari and Hampton, if the Bears don't trade up and get Genty, I think they're in play at 10. I think the Cowboys could be in play at 12. I think Denver Broncos would look really good with an Omari and Hampton, who, by the way, has this upright running style that reminds me a little bit of Eddie George, can catch the ball out of the backfield. And then Travion Henderson, I don't know if he sneaks into the back end of the first round, but look out for him as a top 40 pick within the top 10 picks of that day, too. Some of these round one picks that we think are locks are going to slide into day two, which is going to be great to see.
All right, Rick Saratella, NFL Draft Bible, all access tonight. The first round of the NFL Draft, you mentioned it. It's obviously Cam Ward. You think Hunter and then Carter, and then after that, possible trade situation with the Bears. Look for the shenanigans to begin. But I want to get one. We'll talk tomorrow and recap what happened and talk about some things in day three. But which player in your mind will be overdrafted tonight?
Well, for me, our man Membu, who I mentioned, could go as high as number 7 to the Jets. He's probably going to be a top 10, top 15 selection. I really wouldn't touch the guy. He's a finesse player, Mike. He gets into the second level and has an opportunity to pummel his opponent, and he bypasses the opportunity 9 out of 10 times. It's like he's allergic to contact. He doesn't really want the violence, but he'll do it when he needs to. I'm not a fan of our man Membu. And I'll go tell you this. Nobody was talking about him this high before that NFL Combine performance. Don't let the testing and the measurables trick you.
Okay, give me a guy that will go deeper that you like that should go higher.
Well, Shedeur Sanders, the UCLA edge rusher. Billy Bowman, the safety out of Oklahoma. He's my number 2 safety on the board. I don't think he gets into the first round. Eddie Jackson type of player. Turnovers, Bob Sanders-esque in the box, coming up, making tackles, a little undersized. 5'9". I call him the BB gun, Billy Bowman.
Interesting there. All right. So you said you like Starks 1, Bowman number 2. So that's over Emenwari, over Winston, over Watts. Who else is in that mix? The kid from Virginia.
Texas, Macumba. Yep.
All right. So Billy Bowman, keep an eye on there. You with Desmond Watson, you're going to keep an eye on Desmond Watson day 3?
Yeah, absolutely.
He's a 464-pound man.
I saw him at the Tropical Bowl. He's built like a refrigerator, not much lateral movement. He's got the makings of an indoor nose tackle all day. Look, sign this man up for the Indoor Football League.
He carried the ball for the Gators as well. I'm telling you, he could be a replacement for Jordan Davis possibly on day 3 for the Eagles. All right, Rick Saratella is back tomorrow. We'll recap everything that Howie Roseman and the Eagles do, plus all the big stories from the draft with Rick right here tomorrow on the Sports Best. All right, man, see ya.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, Rick Saratella, everybody. All access NFL Draft Bible. He'll be back tomorrow to break down what the Eagles do in tonight's draft. We got so much more happening for you here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, and, of course, we are streaming live video on the X platform and on YouTube at Mike Gill Show. For the people in the house today, if you haven't got your picture taken with the Super Bowl trophy, that is over to my left. For the people who are on their way here, you can sign in. We are at the gallery. Ariel is signing people in with Nick. Nate's over there taking Super Bowl picks. And at the bar, we got $7 Miller Lights and Yinglings. We got $10 specialty cocktails. And we got $35 beer buckets of Coors Light, Miller Lite, Corona. From 2 to 6 only. If you sit at the bar, you can enjoy those.
There's a
great
Joe Burrow
prices.
jersey for you right there. I like that.
Joe Burrow. Number one pick.
Number one pick.
Going to get Cam Ward. Can he follow in the footsteps? That
go.
will be the pick number one tonight. We're looking at all 32 picks. Jeff Mosher from Inside the Birds and Inside the Birds podcast joins us. Coming up next for another edition of Football at 4 on the Sports Bash. And Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Jeff Mosher set to join us today. He'll be on in a couple of minutes here to do a little Football at 4 with us on a Thursday edition of Draft Night, everybody. We are live at the Gallery Bar, Book, and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. And by the way, it is a crowded house here. We got a full bar, a lot of people hanging out, and more to come. It's only 4 o'clock, so we do have a few hours until the first pick of the draft, which will be Cam Ward, the Miami quarterback, will be the first overall pick in the draft. I got 2 names I'm drafting right now. One of them is Darnell McAllister from Egg Harbor Township, and John from Egg Harbor City. John from Egg Harbor City. They are our latest winners of some Ocean Casino Resort prizes, gift cards, tickets to shows. If you have not entered and you want to win some great prizes, we still have to give away an overnight stay to Ocean Casino, and that comes with a $200 gift card to Ocean Casino Resort here in Atlantic City. So that is available to everybody over there. You just got to sign in and fill out the form. Obviously, for the people who are here to win the Eagles tickets, you had to qualify ahead of time. So if you did not qualify ahead of time, you are ineligible to win the tickets. But all the other prizes you can sign up for and be a part of the show. Obviously, 609-403-0973. That is the text board number if you want to get in. Moshe's going to join us in a couple of minutes here. I got like 5 draft scenarios, I think, in my head.
I got one for you.
Okay, give it to me.
You talked about trading out and trading back out of 32. Going back to that famous Lamar Jackson trade, the compensation was 2 second-round picks, 2018, 2019.
Yeah, one of them turned out to be Miles Sanders. One was Dallas Goedert.
You did your
The other
research.
pick
Good
was
job.
Avonte Maddox.
And Avonte Maddox. Now, if you're able to get 2 premium second-round picks, is that something that you're willing to do?
This gets cloudy because of the amount of picks that they have.
But does it matter if they're second-round picks? They're second-round picks.
True. So if you're saying, hey, where was Baltimore when they traded? Because if memory serves, Baltimore traded up with Philadelphia. Philadelphia got Baltimore's second-round pick and then a future second-round pick. But then Philadelphia moved up again in the second round, correct?
Yeah, I think 52 overall, I think maybe was the Baltimore pick.
So the Eagles got 52, but ended up going up even further. So they moved up again, and then they went and got the
Dallas
the tight end,
Goedert.
Dallas Goedert.
Ahead of the Cowboys, if you remember.
Yeah, what pick was Dallas Goedert?
49.
All right, so they moved up. They moved up like 3 spots. What's up?
So the original deal was when the Eagles traded the 32nd overall pick. They also moved a 4th-round pick that year. They got the 52nd pick from Baltimore. They also got the 4th-round pick that year. Now, the 2nd-round pick they got the next year was Miles Sanders.
Yes.
The 4th-round pick they got was Avonte Maddox. The 52nd.
Is there an echo in here or what?
I'm just reading off
Yes.
the full. You asked what
Both
the full
ways,
trade
yes.
was, so I'm trying to give you the full.
I didn't ask what the
Yes.
full trade was. I just gave you the full trade.
As did I.
I asked, what pick did Baltimore give you?
52.
Okay. And then the Eagles moved out of Baltimore's 52 and moved up to, as Josh, that was the question I asked, and you gave me that answer, 49, correct?
Yes, with the Colts. That was a Colts trade, yeah.
Okay, 49. Yeah, I mean, I could see a very similar thing happening. Where are the Giants? Who's in the 51 spot right now? Give me that information. You guys have that? Who's drafting right now 51? Because that would be a team, it would be ironic.
Giants have 34 overall.
Okay, so the Giants at 34.
That's pretty high.
They only need to move 2 spots. Whereas Baltimore had to move from 51 to 32, 19 spots.
Right.
So the compensation would be less. to go 2 spots.
The Browns have 33, so the Browns are,
1 spot.
1 spot.
Right. So
which they wouldn't even do that.
The team that Rick gave us was New Orleans. Where's New Orleans in the second round? Because, and by the way, who's the head coach in New Orleans?
Kellen Moore.
Kellen Moore. So Kellen Moore could say, hey, man, I know Howie Roseman. Let me give them a call. We need a quarterback. Shador Sanders is on the board. Jackson Dart's on the board. Jalen Milroe is on the board.
Saints are at 40.
Okay, so 40 is now a little bit more in the ballpark. So my point on this is, I don't think that you are going to get the same level of compensation if you're dealing with the teams that need quarterbacks. Does that make sense to you guys?
Right, because Cleveland and New York, those are the 2 teams that would probably want to get back into the first round tonight.
Yeah, and they're right there. They're at 33.
Right.
Now, if you're Cleveland, here's a question. Cleveland's 33 and New York's 34, right? Is that what you said?
Yes.
Philadelphia's not drafting a quarterback in the first round. Do we all agree on that?
Yes.
Josh?
They're probably not drafting a quarterback in the first 3 rounds.
Okay. So if you're Cleveland, do you even need to trade with Philly, or do you value the 5th year that much that you would make that trade?
The 5th year option.
Yes.
Right.
Same with New York. And Philadelphia, quite frankly, might not
want to trade with the Giants anyway because they're in division, right? That's the other caveat.
I don't think the Eagles care about that much about that.
It's true.
They've been ripping off everybody in the division for long enough now. That's what my question is if you're one of those teams, do you value the 5th year option enough that you would be willing to give up compensation to move up 1 pick?
Well, if you're smart, you should.
Even though you know that Philadelphia is not. Now, if you're the Giants, you almost have to do it because Cleveland's right in front of you. And you would say, well, Cleveland would take a quarterback. So if you're the Giants, you have to jump over Cleveland to get a quarterback, and that quarterback would have to be at 32. If this is assuming, everybody, that the Giants don't take a quarterback at pick number 3.
Right.
Now, show of hands. How many people think the Giants are taking a quarterback at number 3? I certainly don't. Do you?
I don't. Not at all. They're looking at Hunter or Carter. That's what they're going to do with that pick.
Well, that guy's got a Giants jersey. Is that a Daniel Jones? No, it's a 9. It's a Strahan.
Oh, Strahan.
I saw the 9. I was thinking, he's wearing a Danny Dimes out? Got some, come out wearing a Danny Dimes jersey on draft night. You're setting a bad tone, but he goes Strahan.
Mike, back to your original point in question about trading up. If you're smart, you trade up, because if you believe that Sanders or Dart or Milroe or Shuck, any of these guys are developmental players, they're going to sit for a year, right? Well, you need that extra pick. You need that extra value when it comes to having to hold on to that guy because you're going to be sitting him for a year or two like the Packers did when they traded up to get Jordan Love.
Oh, listen, it makes sense, obviously, to get that quarterback for that 5th year. It's no question about it. The value is there. The question would be for Cleveland, Cleveland doesn't need to move because Philadelphia is in front. The Giants need to move because Cleveland's there. Now, both of these organizations are poorly run, right?
And you would think that the Giants are going to have a reset next year with Shane and Dable out of there. They can't possibly run it back a second.
Well, if they go 5 wins again, yeah. If you're the Giants right now, you sign 2 quarterbacks this offseason. Do any of these quarterbacks knock your socks off? They don't knock my socks off, so I'm a bad person to ask. Is anybody in this draft at 32 that you're saying, I'm willing to move up 2 spots because that's the guy that we're taking? Because here's the problem with this whole situation. Joe Shane is saying, if we fail, I'm out of here. Why would I take a quarterback that I'm not even going to get to be a part of?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you're drafting a guy who you don't get the fruits of the labor at all. So if I'm drafting for my job, why would I take a quarterback who's not going to play right away? I just signed 2 guys to do that.
Right. So the whole thing is Shane, how much is he drafting based on job security versus what is best for the organization?
I'll tell you what, It is one of the underrated reasons why the Eagles are better. Howie Roseman can draft not ever thinking he's going to get fired. You know what I mean? I can make a mistake, and that mistake's not going to cost me my job. Whereas Tweedledee and Tweedledum running the Browns and the Giants, they can't do that because if they make a bad pick 2 years in a row, like, I don't know, taking what's his name, the receiver, Jalen Reagor,
right,
over Justin Jefferson, and then you follow up the next year and miss again, most of these teams would fire the GM because they made those two mistakes. Philadelphia is allowed to make the mistake and not worry about it. So I can make a draft choice with that in mind. If I'm New York, I probably can't make that pick with that in mind. Right? I mean,
you can't, but at the same time, I think that it should be factored in that, some of these teams, like you said before, if they only win 5 games, that's one scenario. But if the Giants go out there and win 9 games, then part of this conversation is scuttlebutt, right?
By the way, Rick Saratella just texted me, and he says the Seahawks have picked 50 and 52.
That's correct.
And he says they are a dark horse quarterback team, and he's not wrong about that, right? They went out and got Sam Darnold.
Yep, and they traded away Geno Smith because they didn't want to pay Geno Smith, so they signed Darnold for a discount.
How many years for Darnold?
Let me pull it up, but I thought it was 2 years with a third-year option.
Even if it's a 3-year deal, you move up to 32 and get a guy with the 5th-year option. He can sit for 2 years in that 3rd-year option. If there's a quarterback, that's the move, right? That's a good addition by Rick, who's either watching or listening. I think if you look at that and you say, okay, 50 and 52, that's exactly the spot that Baltimore was in when they traded with you. Then if you're Philadelphia, you model the same deal.
By the way,
we'll take a 4th, we'll take a 2nd, and we want a 2nd next year.
By the way, Darnold's deal is, as I said, it's a 2-year deal with a 3rd-year option year.
So Saratella's right. It's a great team to throw into this mix because they're in the 50 area, 50 and 52.
Right.
They have a quarterback who is on a short-term deal. The quarterback you take at 32, you would now control for 5 years, and that quarterback doesn't have to play right away. That team makes sense. And it's in the sweet spot for a deal that already has the framework. Right?
Yeah, and also it's a team that, your question about the Giants, they're not in your division, so there's no, issues with how this might come back to bite you, yes or no, maybe no repercussions long term. We know that John Schneider has job security, so if the trade doesn't work, it's not like he's going to get fired tomorrow.
All right. Get a couple text messages before Mosher pops into the stream here in a couple minutes. 609-403-0973. Goody and Galloway. What's up, Goody? Says the Eagles need depth pretty much everywhere. Okay, let's stop right there. Is he right or wrong about that? The Eagles need depth pretty much everywhere.
They did lose a lot in the offseason.
Yeah.
Free agency took a hit on this team.
Yeah.
No
offensive line, they need to replenish a couple spots. They lost Fred Johnson. They lost Mekhi Becton, which now losing Mekhi Becton means Tyler Steen is now at the top of your depth chart. He was a backup left guard and right guard last
But remember, Steen was in line to potentially compete for the starting right guard spot last year if it wasn't for that injury.
Yeah, but you had Becton here that would have been the backup, so it's half a dozen one or the other. You're just flipping the two guys. Now Becton's gone, so you've lost a body.
Yes, but what I'm saying is that, are we really belittling Steen's value that much?
I'm not belittling Steen's value at all. I'm saying you've lost a player who was a starter.
Who was a good player, a very good player.
Was a high quality backup. So now if he's the starter, you've lost a high quality backup. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, but I'm just trying to figure out, like, the
and
text
that
are
right
saying
guard,
they need
the right guard position is not as good.
But do you need it to be as good?
Well, I don't think you want to. That's not the question. He's saying depth. So even if it's not as good, you still, let's say Tyler Steen is the starter. Now you need to get a guy to be the backup at both left guard and right guard. You've now lost
If you
that
don't
guy.
think Kenyon Green is that guy.
If you don't think Kenyon Green is that guy, yes. And then Fred Davis. You need a swing tackle.
Fred Johnson.
Johnson.
And Green is a one-year guy, right? He is a fifth-year option. He's one of those.
He's in the final year of his rookie deal.
Right. So he could not even be on this team in 2 years.
Yeah, they lost. I feel like they lost another offensive lineman that I'm forgetting. But Fred Johnson was their swing tackle. They now don't have him. Tyler Steen was their swing guard. They now don't have him in that role at this moment in time. Did they lose another offensive lineman besides Becton? Can't think. All right, let's go to his next point. Defensive line very deep for the first 2 rounds. But I want to go to defensive line in terms of depth. The Eagles have plenty of depth at defensive line. The problem is I don't think they have a guy that they want to pencil in as the starter. That's their problem, right?
And again, the loss of Milton Williams is going to be a big one if you don't replace him.
Is that
and BG, obviously,
okay?
He's gone.
But here's the thing with Milton Williams. I think they do have guys here that they feel comfortable with. Maro Ojomo, Thomas Booker, those level of players. And that's a spot. See, this is where it gets very interesting. Defensive tackle. I was writing an article about this for the website last night. It's gonna probably post tomorrow. The amount of players the Eagles have drafted after the 5th round that have been impactful on this team. Bo Allen, right? Those players are 7th-round picks. Maro Ojomo, 7th-round pick. Guys who are just, for lack of a better term, just fat guys who just play defensive tackle and are like immovable objects. You can find those guys in the 5th and 6th and 7th round and just say, hey, just plug a hole, man. Be
They
stout.
do have 4 5th-round picks this year. So, obviously, they're not going to make all 4 of those picks. You know, you're going to move up or move down.
Yeah.
So, there you go.
All right, Jeff Mosher. We'll do a quickie football at 4 with Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. Spend a couple quick minutes with him just to get some draft day thoughts. Obviously, we're live at the Gallery Bar booking games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City at the Gallery. And Moshe, a lot of draft stuff being thrown at us. Just had a listener text in something. You know, the Eagles need depth pretty much everywhere. And we kind of paused and tried to go through it. And we can't even get past the offensive line without saying, you know, hey, they lost Fred Johnson. They lost Becton, which means now it looks like Steen's there. So when you're looking at depth everywhere, where is the area where they lack depth the most? Yeah, and one of those spots where I want to get your thoughts on, because everybody thinks they can see them going edge rusher. They have a lot of bodies there, but none of those bodies, maybe you might disagree, do we envision being at the top of the depth chart? So are they trying to find that guy tonight or this weekend? Josh Uche. Yeah, edge rusher, and listen, you mentioned Ojulari, you mentioned Oche, Jalix Hunt, who was a draft choice last year. I guess right now, if they were saying who's at the top of the depth chart, Jalix Hunt's the guy. Any in your mind, Moshe? I know we're short on time. Any thoughts from you that Jalen Ramsey would be a target tonight? The Eagles have been linked to him today. Slay. And Slay in a similar situation where he was just, on a bad team. Not that I guess Miami's a mid-level team, but, he just didn't want to be there, the money, and they're like, hey, we're willing to give up on you. All right, couple quickies. This one, Jeff. Why are people dismissing Kenyon Green when the Eagles acquired Becton past year? The same questions existed. Imagine Green in Stoutland University, what it did for Becton. How is that trade not a huge hit for the Eagles? I think Green and Steen will be fine battling for right guard. You agree? By the way, Matt Pryor is back with the Eagles. We forgot about that. Jason is at the gallery bar. He's here in attendance. There he is, right over there. Donovan Ezaraku, you know him well. Is he that good with 16 and a half sacks, or because he's playing at BC against lesser talent in the ACC? Would you think Mike Green would be on their board? All right, Jeff Mosher, there's always three options. Stay and pick at 32. There's trade back and add more picks. Remember, they have 20 picks. Do they even need to add more picks? Or move up and get the guy they really want? What happens tonight? All right, Moshe, appreciate it as always, pal. We'll be checking out all the Inside the Birds draft coverage and recap it tomorrow right here on Football at 4. All right, see you. Jeff Mosher, everybody. A quick little Football at 4 hit as the guys from Inside the Birds have a lot of their own stuff happening today as well here on the Sports Bash. We are live at the Gallery Bar Book and Games at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, hanging out until 6 o'clock. We've got a ton of prizes that we've been giving away every hour, and we have another group of prizes still to come. If you have not signed up and you want to win some prizes, we have an overnight stay plus a $200 gift card with that overnight stay. That is right here at the table. And if you have not got your picture taken yet with the Super Bowl trophy, that is on hand in the Gallery Bar Book and Games here at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. All right, when we come back, it's today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw joins us live. He'll be on the video board. You'll be able to see him up there on 97.3 ESPN. By 4:34, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. And if you're live at the gallery, stop by and sign up. Make sure you get involved, get a chance to win some great prizes. Still got an overnight stay to Ocean we're going to be giving away. Bars packed. Casino floor. Got some winners today. Can you see anybody winners out there?
I haven't heard any screams like we usually hear every Monday when we're here, but
all right.
Still time.
All right, it's time for Nick's Nuggets. They're brought to you by The Hub, gear that works as hard as you do. Nuggets, what's up, man? Wave to the crowd, everybody. Look,
What's up,
there's
Nuggets?
Nuggets up there. Why can't I hear him? All of a sudden, I can't hear him.
There we go.
Oh, there we
I'm
go.
back.
I hear you.
We have audio. We have audio problems. It's okay. We're on live, but it looks like a
Nuggets,
fun time.
I have
over
my
there.
quarter zip shirt on.
You know, I saw. So it's funny. I was on Instagram. I was scrolling stories right before I came on. Looked like PG was about to kiss the Lombardi. I mean, it was.
Right.
He took the selfie with it. PG's having a time, having a blast out there. Mike Gill.
He is, man. Well, you got a long line of people, and everybody waiting for the night. I said, hey, Nick, wave to everybody. Just they're up there. You're up on the big screen up there. There he is.
I did. I saw that. There it is. I think I was muted when I came in. Now I'm on the big screen. Listen, this is something nice to look at for the people out there, all right?
All right, well, everybody wants to hear what's going on with the Nuggets today. What Nuggets do you have for us today?
All right, we got a few in the bag today. I'm going to start with the Philadelphia Phillies. Before we get into the draft festivities, I want to talk about a little comment that Dave Dombrowski made today about Brandon Marsh. Now, it was reported earlier that Brandon Marsh is in the lineup tonight in AAA Lehigh Valley. Guess who he's hitting behind, by the way? His eventual replacement, Justin Crawford. He's leading off. Brandon Marsh right behind him. He's going to hit right behind Justin Crawford, which is fantastic. So I love that little irony right there. But Dave Dombrowski, according to the Philadelphia Inquirer, had an interesting comment saying, we like Brandon Marsh a lot, but competition is what makes the world go round. Mike Gill, your reaction to this comment, because that does not bode well for Mr. Brandon Marsh.
Well, I like to hear it. At least they're not saying, hey, we're waiting for him to get back here so we can stick him at 098 right back in the lineup here. No, you got to go down there and produce. And if you don't produce down there, you might not be coming back up here. And by the way, the guy who's taking your spot, he keeps producing, right? Johan Rojas, sadly, Johan Rojas is the only guy on this team that's got a couple RBIs the last couple of days. Him and Bryson Stott. I don't need Rojas and Stott to carry this team. I'd like to see guys named, Schwarber, Harper, Turner, Castellanos. Those guys would help if they could get their act together a little bit. But Brandon Marsh, the fact that he's, down at AAA, I would hope the Phillies don't just fait accompli him right on back here. If he doesn't produce down there, say, look, you weren't producing here. Now you're not producing there. Competition, man, you got beat out. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear this from the front office, all right, from Dave Dombrowski saying this about Brandon Marsh, because at this point, I mean, he can't even hit righties. I mean, the whole point was to platoon with Rojas, right? That was the whole idea here. And he can't even hit righties this season. We know how much he struggles against lefties, but against righties, he's had a difficult time as well. So to hear that from Dombrowski, very encouraging, because it means they're going to give Rojas a shot. They're going to let him try and get every day at bats. And if he produces, leave him there. That's fine. That would be absolutely fantastic if Johan Rojas could finally figure it out at the dish like he did a couple of years ago before the postseason when he's batting over 300. He was great, and we know what the glove can bring. So I am very glad that Dombrowski has said this, that it's known in the organization that Brandon Marsh, your time might be up, buddy.
Well, and listen, I am more of a fan of Rojas than most people because I know his limitations. I don't pretend that the guy's a great hitter. What I do say is he is a guy that does more things than Marsh can do. That said, the Phillies need an upgrade in that spot. You can't go into the playoffs again. The year that Rojas hit like 300 and he had like a 370 on base percentage, he got overmatched come playoff time.
Yep.
So why I think Rojas right now is the better option of the options you have, you still need to look to upgrade. And Dave Gallagher was on with us earlier, and he suggested that this team might need to shake up the roster. He actually threw out there, what about flip-flopping Alec Boehm for a guy like Nolan Arenado, and he said, look, you might have to give up something. Not that Arenado's been great, but just saying, hey, you need a guy who's a little bit more of a mature player, a little bit more of a guy who just wants to win, that level of player.
Well, you know who's been raking down the minor leagues too? Aiden Miller's been raking down there. We know how high they are on Aiden Miller. I mean, maybe throw Trey Turner in there a little bit. I'm just saying, he hasn't produced either. I don't love the contract. Someone would take on Trey Turner if you were to make such a drastic move. Yes, they would, Mike. I'm telling you, someone would take on that Trey Turner contract. I know it's a bad contract.
PJ,
someone would love
taking
to.
that deal?
They're going to take all that money? I don't think so. You're going to have to pay something.
I don't know, man.
It's going to be a tough one to go. I could see someone taking a flyer, a bad team. You send them to the Chicago White Sox. Maybe make a 3-team trade and send some. I don't know. I'm throwing it out there. Just saying. Because he has not produced either.
They do need a shakeup.
I
need
said yesterday
a core player to be probably traded or DFA'd.
If someone would take Trey Turner, I would drive him to the airport. 1, 2. I said in the NHL they have that amnesty rule where you can amnesty a deal off of your books.
Yeah, the Flyers are still paying for Brizgalov.
But it doesn't count against their cap. There's no cap in baseball. But if I can amnesty the Trey Turner deal and start back over, I would amnesty that deal in a heartbeat.
I would too. I'd join you on the cab ride over. I guess we would have to sign up for one of those rideshare services. You, me, Mike, PG, and Josh, and we'll take them all together. We'll get them over there. All right. Let's move along. That's enough about baseball. It's a football day. And before I get into this nugget, I just have to preface this. I mean, we ended the nugget yesterday. It was kind of a quick nugget number 3. This one, I want to expand on it. All right, so Howie Roseman. The guy's made 41 draft day trades since 2015. A lot of trades. And I want to expand on this. If you're an opposing team, do you even bother picking up the phone today? I want your answer, Mike, PG.
Well, you're not doing your job if you don't. You have to be savvy enough to know whether or not your team is making out. And you can't worry about what other teams around you are. You know, if it works for your team, then you have to think about it. But you can't just not answer the call. I just can't understand how other teams, other teams have tried. How many different executives have been hired from the Philadelphia Eagles organization?
Tons.
You've got guys all over this league. Cleveland, Chicago, there's
Joe Douglas was with the
Joe
Jets.
Douglas.
Yep.
You had Jason Light down in Tampa Bay. There are a ton of former Eagle executives that teams have tried, and oddly enough, not many of them have succeeded. But, yeah, you got to take the call, and you got to be – see, the Eagles, we were talking about this earlier. They operate different than other teams where Roseman can make a mistake. If you're the Giants or you're Cleveland or they can't make a mistake because if they make a mistake, they get fired.
Well, there was a report from Adam Schefter on another outlet that did say there was an anonymous executive that does not want to pick up a phone call from the 215 area code. Now, do we think Howie has some burners or something? Maybe he uses a burner phone. I mean, in this city, we know all about burner accounts, burner phones, etc. So maybe he's got a couple burners on him. You never know.
And listen, Howie will make mistakes. I mean, he's not perfect.
Why not
the
use
Jahan
an
Dotson trade? That was a bad trade.
Here is what we all have just realized. Roseman, and I don't know this, most likely lives in Jersey. So when the number comes up, it's probably not 215. It's probably 856.
609.
People are like, that's not the Eagles. 856. Yeah. Where's that? Hello? Hey, it's Howie Roseman. Oh, crap.
You got to use that Jersey area code, man. That's what you got to do.
The 856 is the reason for the success.
I think most GMs have his name saved in their phone by now.
Got to use it. He's got to have a Jersey burner phone for when he's down the shore. Like if he's going down the shore or something, maybe he's got to make a phone call on the beach. Use that one tonight. I mean, you just won the Super Bowl. The teams are going to be a little wary making a deal with you tonight. So you got to use that Jersey burner
pops
phone.
Up on the screen. A little 609 pops up on the screen.
Maybe Howie Roseman.
This could be Howie Roseman.
Yeah, I love it. And, maybe tomorrow.
It's a nice jersey, by the way. Cooper DeJean right there.
Got a Cooper jersey out there?
Jersey.
I love it.
Got the Kelly Green Cooper jersey.
You're not a Kelly Green
There was a guy
guy.
earlier today had the Cooper. There he is over there. He's got the Cooper DeJean Midnight Green with the Super Bowl patch on it.
That's the one you got to have. You can't go Coop on the Kelly Green because you got to go with the patch. You got to go Midnight Green because of the play he made in the Super Bowl. Yeah, you have to, right?
It's the pick
That's the
six.
ideal jersey.
There is a ton of Eagles gear in here today, man. I mean, you got a Devontae, you got a Cooper, you got another Cooper,
Barkley,
you got a Dawkins over there.
B. West.
A lot.
Yeah, I love it. I love to hear it. All right, I want to move on. Nugget number 3 before I get out of here. All right, final Eagles nugget. We've been enjoying the Super Bowl. We got the Super Bowl trophy with you guys there, okay? When does the Super Bowl honeymoon officially end? I think draft night really concludes the Super Bowl honeymoon. I think this is the day where it's like, all right, we're moving on to a new season, a new era, new players, younger players, moving on to next year. Is the NFL draft the conclusion of the Super Bowl honeymoon? I would say yes. I don't think it's before. I don't think it's after. I think it is draft day.
I would say for me personally, it ended when Gardner Johnson got traded.
Wow.
That was my wake-up call saying this is going to be a different team. This is not going to be the offseason that I anticipated.
Well, I mean, you're on draft night tonight, and this team doesn't look anything like the team that just won that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you could make a strong case that it's already past everybody because this team is so different with so many key guys, Gardner Johnson, Darius Slay, Milton Williams, Josh Sweat, that aren't here. Mekhi Becton, Isaiah Rodgers, Kenny Gainwell.
Brandon Graham retires.
Brandon Graham retiring. Yep. These are all guys that are not here. So, but I will say, like, you know, the trophies here, people taking their picture. We have a show tomorrow. We're going to be at Boardwalk Honda in Egg Harbor Township. We'll have the trophy out there. I would imagine people are going to stop by to still want to see. You know, it is like when you see that thing just kind of sitting there, you're kind of like, all right, they just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. Is it different also this year because of how bad the Sixers were, how bad the Flyers were? We're just watching the Phillies at this point. It's early April, early baseball. I don't know. I feel like this one might be a little extended. I get you have free agency, all of that. That happened. But it feels like this is really the culmination of moving things on to the next year.
This is the start of, okay, it's almost a completed roster. This is the last impactful player that you will likely add between now, you know, and training camp. And now, like, you know, we have tonight, this weekend. The schedule will come out in, you know, early to mid-May. You get your OTAs. I mean, we're on the precipice of really where football takes a little bit of a siesta.
Yeah.
So tonight's really the last night of the buzz of football really just hasn't gone away since the Super Bowl. And that's one of the things. When you go deep into the Super Bowl, you get up to February with your team in it. Free agency starts a couple weeks after, and now the draft is here. So tonight might be it.
Yeah, I think tonight's got to be it. It's got to be the culmination of everything. Now, if you're a fan, you're attending the draft in Green Bay. Nugget number 4. I want to find out.
A fourth nug.
4-pack. I want to ask, if you're going, what are you wearing to that draft? Are you going jersey, Kelly Green, Midnight Green? What are you going with, Mike Gill? If you had to wear a jersey, you had to.
Well, if I had to, I'm going black jersey.
Oh,
that's a good choice.
Well, I'm overweight. I have to wear dark colors.
I see. I got to go Kelly Green. Kelly Green.
Right now, I got the Eagles hoodie on.
All right, I like that one.
I got
That's
the
pretty
black
good.
vest because I'm usually chilly. In the studio, it's always so cold, so I have to wear the black vest.
I might just go Super Bowl quarter zip.
I think the Super Bowl quarter zip. You might have to wear that
I've
everywhere.
ever made, Earnshaw.
I made a purchase with you and Schweiner down there in New Orleans.
You talk about ROI. My ROI price per use on this one is about 2 cents right now. I've worn this thing all the time.
I wore it on Easter. I wore it to Easter dinner.
Did you?
I swear. I wore it to Easter dinner. I had that quarter zip, the Super Bowl quarter zip. I wore it to Easter dinner, and I wore it 2 days before that to work.
I went to the draft, by the way, in Philly. Did you go to that?
I did not go to that. Unfortunately, I was not there. I think I was a senior in high school when I was here. I believe I was a senior in high school. Yeah.
Well, I did the draft. That was the only time I've ever been to. Actually, no, that's the only time I've ever been to the draft. Yeah, it is a myriad of jerseys, let me tell you.
Do you like the draft on location, or would you rather have it back in New York, Radio City? Green Bay's a little random for me.
I think it's cool that each city kind of gets their unique spin to it. I think tonight they're doing the bicycles.
Yeah.
Each team is going to have the bicycles. I think for the players, that's like a tradition out there.
Yep.
That the players bike to the games or something to that effect.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it being in Philly was kind of cool. I mean, that day was overwhelming with people. I mean, the whole place is just shut down. But I was listening to Mike Florio on a podcast, and he was saying from a coverage standpoint, he would prefer it be at the same place every year because you kind of know where you're going, you know where to set up, you know that. Where you're going to these towns, you don't know where they're putting you. They don't know how they're handling all that stuff.
Yeah. All right, guys. 4-pack of nuggets today. I'll see you at Boardwalk Honda tomorrow. It's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait. Pete, I want to see another selfie with the Super Bowl trophy, with the Lombardi. All right?
You got it, my friend.
All right, guys.
All right. So I have a beef with White Gloves Nate.
Nate the Great.
Yeah.
White Gloves Nate. Okay.
I asked to get my picture taken with the Lombardi. He took 4 pictures of me, all subpar.
So you want a do-over?
I mean, that's not usable.
What would you – I mean, what's your perfect picture?
Well, that's poor. I mean, I erased the other 2 because they were worse.
You're better off just doing the selfie mode.
I tried the selfie because his were terrible. I got to give him bad reviews. When you get the guy taking the picture, I got one chance at the trophy, and I'm cut out of one picture.
Right. Well.
Did you look at yours?
I took a selfie.
Oh. That might be the way to go.
I know.
I'm wondering if, look, Nate's over there taking pictures. Hey, Nate, don't cut him out of the picture like you did to me. He's not listening to me. He's focused. After he messed mine up, he's now more focused on the pic.
There's a Hurst Kelly Green jersey.
Yeah, what's the high-level jersey count? Darren Sproles at the bar today. How about that one? A guy
Shady McCoy
goes with Jets jersey. Little Jets. All right, we got one final hour, and when we come back, Sal Palantonio joins me next on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We'll have Sal Pal give his thoughts, and Sal Pal says there is one player that the Eagles have to draft. He says if the Eagles get this guy, they are going back to the NFC Championship game. Book it. That's what he texted me earlier today. Find out who that player is next.
home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
They got him again!
Sixers.
Bang! It's good! Ball game!
And Flyers.
Tipped in front of the net!
97.3 ESPN. WENJ. WENJ HD. Millville, Atlantic City. A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Now live from inside the Ocean Casino Resort Studio, here's Mike Gill.
All right, final hour of tonight's show, but we got a lot of draft coverage. We're going to Sal Paolantonio. He is ready for the draft, and he is live on the Sports Bash. And for the people in the building, you can see Sal. He's up on the screen up there, ready to go and give us some insight on the Eagles draft. For those of you watching on the YouTube channel and on the X platform, don't forget the matchup show. ESPN Plus will have all of the coverage with Sal Pal and an entire crew. I think it's going to be a fun show. It's going to be a fun night, Sal. And you emailed me this morning saying there's one player that the Eagles need to get. You said if the Eagles get this guy, they're going back to the NFC Championship game. So there's one guy that you really like for the fit in Philadelphia, Sal. Welcome back. What's going on, man?
Hey, Michael, it's so great to be back on your show. Great to be back on the Sports Bash. Great to be back on 97.3 on the Jersey Shore. It's been a while, brother. But, yes, I did text you earlier today, and I said if the Philadelphia Eagles can swing away to get safety Malachi Starks from the University of Georgia to replace C.J. Gardner-Johnson, that, in my opinion, that would set the Eagles up to repeat and go back to the NFC Championship game. Now, I have been somewhat critical, I will say it. I've been critiquing Howie Roseman. I've been tweaking him a little bit. I didn't like trading C.J. Gardner-Johnson. But if you can get a younger version of him, Malachi Starks, who can plug in and play right away and play in your defensive backfield for 5 to 8 to 9 years, that would be a home run. He's definitely, in my view, the highest rated safety, but not only me, Our Lads Guide, which I've been using for 3 decades. This is my 30th draft with ESPN, has him as the number 1 safety and has him as a top 5 pick. So how does Howie Roseman swing away to get this guy? I don't know. He could be long gone by the time the Eagles pick at number 32. But if he starts to drop, Howie Roseman's got a lot of ammunition to go up and get him. They love him. The whole NFL loves him. They love him as a player and as a person.
Well, Sal, let's get into that because they do have 32, and everybody always just assumes Howie will move. They have 20 picks in the next 2 draft classes here.
Yes.
So do they have the ammunition in your mind if there's a player that they really like to make that move up there? And can you see them taking a safety in round 1?
Mike, it's unprecedented, but last year they took a corner. They took 2 defensive backs back-to-back. And look what happened. They went to the Super Bowl and won it. And Cooper DeJean could have been the MVP easily of the Super Bowl as a rookie, which is unheard of, in the defensive backfield. And he plays a nickel position. So it's unprecedented what they did last year. But it sounds like Howie Roseman, when there's a will, there's a way, always for him. And you got to fire up that Georgia Bulldog Express from Athens to Philadelphia again, maybe, and get Malachi Stark. Going to be hard. Like, I hear the Baltimore Ravens really like him. And the Ravens, I do believe, picked 26. So you'd have to go up and get him to prevent the Ravens from getting Malachi Starks. I mean, he's really coveted as a DB. Some mock drafts have him going in the top 20.
Sal, they've lost so much. You talked about a trade of Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Sounds like you're not a fan of that move. They also lost a corner in Darius Slay. They lost his reserve in Isaiah Rodgers. They lost a defensive tackle in Milton Williams. They lost an edge rusher in Josh Sweat. They lost a right guard in Mekhi Becton. In your mind, what is the biggest of that group that needs to be replenished with this pick tonight?
Well, the reason why I would take Starks over a defensive lineman like an edge rusher or defensive tackle, because this draft is deep in those 2 positions, and you can get an impact player. Starks is a difference maker and a different cat that you want on your football team. And you need, in my opinion, number one, edge rushers. Number two, a center fielder to go with Reed Blankenship at the safety position. Those are 1 and 2, or 1 and 1A. And then later on, you can worry about tight end and interior offensive line and some other positions. But to me, you got to load up on defense. And I know if you go to my Instagram account, Sal Pal ESPN, I have a chart listing all of the 30 draft prospects who visited NovaCare. Each team gets 30 visits. They're allowed 30 visits. And if you look at the first round prospects on the left side of the graph on my Instagram account, you'll see Starks right at the top of the list, and then a bunch of defensive players. And in the second round, some defensive players and offensive linemen. So you can tell where they're headed usually by who comes into their building, because it's expensive to get these players in. It's expensive to set up the meetings and the workouts. You got to have medical. You got to have all of that kind of examination of these players. When you invest in a 30 visit, as they call it, you're investing in a player that you have serious interest in.
Well,
there
Sal,
it is. There it is for you, Mike, right there.
Yep, we got that up on the screen for the people who are watching here at Ocean
Mike, that's
Casino.
some pretty good work by you. That's some production value. I love that. That's nice.
Well, we got a big crowd here watching up on the screen up at Ocean Casino, so they wanted to hear what you were talking about, so we got the graphic up on the screen. Those are the top 30 visits for Philadelphia, so you can see all the things that Sal was talking about. One name everybody seems to keep talking about, you mentioned Starks, his name comes up. The other one seems to be Walter Nolan. It almost feels like it's a fait accompli to some that he will be there. To you, is he a guy that you can envision being on the board at 32? And it seems that he would be the kind of player the Eagles would like.
Oh, if they get Walter Nolan, that would be a big, big, big hit. This guy out of Mississippi is a total difference maker. You look at Vic Fangio, he's looking for 4-down linemen who can rush. He doesn't want to blitz, didn't blitz at all in the Super Bowl. Tormented Patrick Mahomes II. We know how it happened. That's what he wants to do. You're looking for guys who can beat one-on-ones and demand the double team. And Walter Nolan out of Mississippi fits that bill. Now, a lot of mock drafts, though, Mike, have Walter Nolan going in the top 20. The one that I use, Our Lads, I mentioned it before, and I've used it for 30 years, has Walter Nolan being picked number 11 by the 49ers. I saw a piece in the Philadelphia Inquirer this morning saying, how could Walter Nolan drop into Howie Roseman's lap at the bottom of the first round? And they may be in a position where they could trade up into the bottom of the first round higher and get Starks and get Nolan too. Like you said, he's got 20 possible picks with all the compensatory picks over the next 2 years.
Yeah.
A lot of ammunition. He's got to get difference makers. I think, Michael, with the firepower that they have on offense, if they maneuver the roster within the draft context and then post-draft, they'll be in a position to continue to compete for the repeat of the Super Bowl championship, I do believe. I think the team that they have to worry about the most is right in their division. That's Washington.
Well, you just brought up a scenario that hasn't been brought up all that much in this draft process, which is taking two guys in the first round because they have the ability to do it. They have so many picks in the next 2 years that they might say there's two pieces because we lost an edge rusher, we lost a tackle, we've lost a safety, we've lost a corner. Let's try to replenish two of those spots tonight.
Right, so they have 32 in round 1, 64 in round 2. 96 in round 3. They're the top 3 picks. I'm not saying they will go into the first round and pick 2 first-rounders. I'm saying they could get 2 first-round value picks around the 32, 34, 40 picks. I mean, you don't want to be picking. They've got 4 picks in the 5th round. And you got a lot of picks in 2026 coming. Use that capital now while you have these offensive players in their prime to replenish your defense. If I'm Howie Roseman, that's how I'm looking at it.
All right, Sal, give me your insight and thoughts on the whole Dallas Goedert situation. People keep asking me, why would they want to get rid of this guy? He's under contract. Why is this a story? And is this something you're watching tonight?
It is. They can't stay on the field, Mike. I think that's the bottom line. You got to be able to stay on the field. Love Dallas Goedert. He's made some big plays for this team. No bigger than against Washington and in the NFC Championship game. I mean, love him as a teammate. Great with the media. Absolute great player. But you got to stay on the field, and you got to replenish and get younger. So this is an area, in my view, of need. But, tight ends in the first round when you have so many holes defensively, probably not going to happen.
Is tonight a night where you can see them saying, you know what, we won the Super Bowl. We love our offensive roster still. We lost some defensive pieces. Let's make a move and get a veteran player at edge rusher or defensive tackle or corner, Jalen Ramsey's name being mentioned a little bit. Do they go that route and get an established player instead of, hey, we'll get a guy at 32 and hope?
Mike, that's a good question, and I think the answer to that is an emphatic no. Why? Because I think the moves that Howie Roseman has made have been largely predicated on the fact that he knows he has to pay Jalen Carter, Jordan Davis, Nolan Smith, go down the line, eventually Mitchell and Cooper DeJesus. He's got to pay those guys. He's got a big bill coming. He wants to reward the players that won him a Super Bowl. And the way to do that is, hold on to your cash, hold on to your salary cap room, get younger players in there, and reward the guys who brought you a Super Bowl. Mike, let me say this to you. Let me ask you this. Don't you think that Jalen Carter, when he signs his deal, is going to be the highest paid defensive player in the history of the NFL? He's going to be that guy, right?
If he just saw his friend get $26 million, I got to imagine he's asking for more.
Correct. So they got to pay a lot of players, so I don't think they go that route. I think they're looking to get younger. They want to continue to get faster. Young guys will be hungry. They're looking for players where football is their high priority. Do they love the game of football? Starks, no question about it. Walter Nolan, no question about it. Remember, these guys come out of college with NIL deals already in place. They've already made a lot of money in college now. So do they love football? Do they love football?
Well, that's what you got to find at 32. You got to find a guy that loves to play that maybe some other teams overlook. They've done a good job of that. They took Nolan Smith right around this spot 2 years ago. Sal, they love to take the offensive line. They lost Becton. Are they comfortable with the Tyler Steen, Kenyon Green battling it out? Or is that an area where Howie, who loves to go offensive line, lands one tonight?
Well, I think the number one thing you got to look at is Jeff Stoutland. He's your offensive line coach and run game coordinator. He may be the best teacher, pure teacher of any coach in the NFL. They take Mekhi Becton, who was a flameout with the Jets, first-round pick, and they turn him into a multi-million-dollar free agent. I mean, come on, Mike. I mean, there are so many great stories for the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, but that, to me, is one of those underrated great stories. And I hope Mekhi Becton bought Jeff Stoutland a nice set of golf clubs, Mike. I hope he did. So, whoever they'll bring in, they'll teach. But, Juergens and Dickerson and Lane Johnson, those guys were first-round pedigree. Jordan Mailata, not so much, played rugby in college. So, it only takes one guy to hit it off big to make it in the right guard spot that's critical for what the Philadelphia Eagles are going to do, whether they're going to tush push or brotherly shove or not. That's also coming up in the next couple of weeks. I know you were going to ask me about that. And here's a funny thing, right? Not only is the draft in Green Bay, and they're the guys that pushed the ban of the tush push, but the Eagles have to go to Green Bay this year, don't they?
Yes, they play Green Bay, and it's funny. I saw your colleague Dan Graziano list the kid Desmond Watson from Florida, who is a 464-pound man, and his reasoning was, well, if they ban the tush push, they can just give it to the man who's nearly 500 pounds. He does have a carry at the University of Florida.
Mike, I wanted to ask. I brought this up on your show many times in the past over the years. Jordan Mailata carried the rugby ball in rugby in Australia. I don't understand why they didn't just refrigerator Perry that guy and give him the football.
I talk about this all the time. Now, listen, he's a great left tackle. But I can't imagine if someone made him a defensive tackle and said, try blocking this man. He's got the explosion and the size and who's blocking him? But he's turned out to be a great left tackle. It's always a fun night, Sal. Where is your little compound? It looks like you got a Super Bowl trophy over your left shoulder there. Where are you headquartering tonight?
So I'm in the Giants field house, and they have these magnificent floor-to-ceiling banners of the Giants' 4 Super Bowl titles. Eagles are catching up. They got 2. But, the Giants, they go back to 1925. They're one of the original franchises in the NFL. And it's always good when the Giants are good because that makes for a great rivalry. And so, it's important for the Giants to get their act together and get back to winning ways for a lot of different reasons. You want to play competitive games in the NFC East. There's the NFL matchup show. So all the airings on television are done, but you can watch us on ESPN Plus for this draft special and all throughout the season with the incomparable Darius Butler and the draft guru and the founding father of the show, Greg Cosell. By the way, big congratulations to Johnny Griner, and the birth of his grandson. Congratulations to Johnny G, to the Burger Realty in Ocean City, the Griner team. They do such a great job. We'll see them this summer, and I can't wait to see Johnny G's new grandson. Congratulations to him, and thank you for supporting my appearances here on the great Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 every week during the football season. Am I coming back, Michael? You going to have me back this year or what?
Yeah, and we'll have you back on Monday to recap everything that we saw, right? 5 o'clock Monday, Sal will be back. So you're saying Malachi Starks, that's the right pick. The question would be, does Roseman even make a pick tonight? Does he move up or out? What happens?
Yeah, good question. Don't know. That's the great reality TV of the draft. And we'll see what Howie Roseman's going to do. He's got moxie. He's got 2 Super Bowl trophies in his back pocket. He's got 20 draft picks, as you mentioned, over the next 2 years with supplemental picks. Plenty of when you have motive and you have opportunity and you have ammunition, you can get the job done. And that's what Howie Roseman can do. We'll see if they do that. Like you said, safety in the first round. Now you got to pay him first round money for his entire career. Never happened before, but last year he picked a corner. So that precedent went right out the window. And don't forget, since Howie Roseman became general manager of the Philadelphia Eagles, Michael, he's made the most draft day trades of any GM in the NFL. That guy goes up and down the board to get what he wants. And by the way, Bill Polian is in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He's got a bust in the Hall of Fame, and he's got no Super Bowl titles. Don't you think Howie Roseman's on track to go to the Hall of Fame with 2 Super Bowls? I'm just throwing it out there. People think I'm a homer, but I'm on the committee. I'm going to support Howie Roseman when he's got 2 Super Bowl titles.
Trending in that direction, and he's got a chance to build another team starting tonight. By the way, you're with the Giants. They have a big pick at number 3. What's happening there?
Well, I think, Michael, they're at the pivot point. They're in the sweet spot. Cam Ward should go 1, Travis Hunter should go 2, and then what will the Giants do? Will they take a quarterback like Shedeur Sanders? No team has done more work on Shedeur Sanders than the Giants. Or do they stay and take Philly homegrown guy, Abdul Carter from Penn State, who's such a difference maker? I mean, I'll say it again. Defensive coordinators around the league, Mike, are looking for guys who can win them one-on-one and demand a double team, and Carter is that guy. I mean, passing on Sanders would be tough. I like Sanders. But passing on Carter would be professional malpractice, in my opinion.
All right. Well, we'll see it all unfold, and we'll be seeing the reports. And don't forget, you can check out the matchup show, ESPN Plus. Sal Powell's back right here on Monday on the Sports Bash to take a look back at everything that happened. All right, man. We'll see you.
Thank you, Michael.
All right. Sal Paolantonio, everybody, here on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. You got a live shot of him if you're in the building. And by the way, if you're in the building, Chris Warren from Heislerville. Chris Warren, not the former Eagles running back. Chris Warren. Chris Warren, you're a winner. Matt McDowell from Sicklerville. And Jack Fullerton from Cape May Courthouse. You guys have all just won a great Ocean Casino Resort prize. Stop up and see Ariel at the table. All right, we'll come back with another. Boy, I can't believe it's almost draft time. It is 20 after 5. We got the draft. Now we're closing in on it. We'll get the latest. We'll do another edition of Rye or Cy coming up next here on the Sports Bash. Don't go away. More Sports Bash coming up live from Ocean Casino's Gallery Bar Book and Games. That's next.
This is the home of the Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles.
The Philadelphia Eagles have won Super Bowl 59. They have beaten the Kansas City Chiefs 40-22.
97.3 ESPN, South Jersey's Eagles station.
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill for Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township, where they're defining a new era in men's health. 1 in 4 men over 30 in the U.S. have low testosterone levels. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, what are you waiting for? Get to Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township and get a customized game plan. Game Day Men's Health delivers premium testosterone replacement therapy, removes the stigma around erectile dysfunction, and supports weight loss with medical treatments and vitamin therapy. Fast appointments, expert guidance, and a free testosterone test and consultation with an on-site lab for results in just 15 minutes. Get stronger, get healthier, feel like your old self, and get back in the game. You'll wish you did it sooner. So why wait? Call Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township, 609-365-7088, or visit them on English Creek Avenue in EHT. And GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them Mike Gill from the Sports Bash sent you for a special offer.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking, he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
This is the Town Square, New Jersey Info and Weather Network.
Progressive Insurance presents the Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. The NFL Draft starts tonight from Green Bay, Wisconsin. The Eagles have the last pick as Super Bowl champions, and coverage right here on 97.3 ESPN for the first round and through the weekend. And as Super Bowl champions, Philadelphia will have the final pick in rounds 2, 3, 4, and 5, but they have 4 selections in the 5th round. Eagles do not have a pick in rounds 6 and 7. Tennessee has the number 1 overall selection tonight. The Phillies will be at Wrigley Field Friday afternoon to begin a 3-game series with the Cubs. Taijuan Walker gets the start for Philadelphia. He's 1-1. Colin Ray with an ERA of 1.32 will go for Chicago. The Phillies have lost 4 straight games after losing to the Mets on Wednesday afternoon. And the NBA announcing that the Sixers and the Knicks will play 2 preseason games in October in Abu Dhabi. Progressive Insurance, bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. I'm Tony Desiri, and that's your Sports Flash on 97.3 ESPN. All right, welcome back, everybody. The draft is just a couple hours away. It's all right. We're having a good time. My man Jeff in Ocean City. Where's Jeff in Ocean City? He stopped by, and all these people came, and Jeff didn't come empty-handed. He brought me Tonewood Fuegos. Jeff in Ocean City, you are a stand-up guy. I'm coming with club box tickets. I paid for everybody's parking. Jeff, thank you, man. You're a nice man.
As long as he didn't have Sirianni fired in October, we're good.
What, you got a wedding going on here?
Bachelorette
party?
Yeah.
Bachelorette party in the middle of the day? Is that what's going on
It's
here?
5:30.
Expect it.
It's Thursday afternoon. Thursday. It's not like it's Saturday in the middle of the day. It's Thursday in the middle of the day. All right, Ryerside, let's go finish out the show strong, have a little fun on this Thursday evening. Get ready for the draft. It's a packed house for the draft tonight. We're ready to go, giving away prizes. We just gave away. Congratulations to all those winners. And we got an overnight stay I think we're still giving away, right? And, we got an overnight stay we're giving away, and we're giving away Eagles club box seats. So stick around and listen for your name. What's up? What do we got today?
What's up, man? It's the town's buzzing right now. So I want to start with, is there anything that Howie Roseman can do tonight that would make you sigh? Because he's got a lot of freedom.
That's a good question.
Is there anything he could do to make you sigh? Yes, he could.
Ooh.
If these ridiculous rumors of A.J. Brown being traded actually became true, then I would sigh.
Okay, so if A.J. Brown, if those ridiculous rumors somehow come to reality, I would agree with that. What about if Dallas Goedert gets traded?
Depends. I don't have as big of a sigh depending on the return. There's not any return, I think, that A.J. Brown that would make me happy. If you traded Dallas Goedert and ended up with, I don't know what the answer to that is. Now,
I think a 4th-round pick he wants.
Yeah,
maybe.
That's what Josina Anderson was on our show and told us a 4th-round pick is what they were hoping for. That would make me sigh. If they traded Dallas Goedert for a 4th-round pick, I would sigh.
Not even for this season. It could be for 2026.
See? This man's got all the nuggets for you.
He's got all the answers. That would be crazy if it's a 4th-round pick, not even for this year, for next year.
Yeah, because you have 20 picks this year and next year combined. I don't need
Right.
another fourth-round pick for Dallas Goedert. I'd rather just keep Dallas Goedert. But we keep asking the question of what is the holdup with Goddard? Does he not want to play? Do the Eagles just not want to pay him? Like if Goddard said, I'll come back and play on this deal, are the Eagles okay with that? Like where's the disconnect? No one's really clear on that.
Yeah, it seems like, if anything, they've just done a really good job of keeping that in-house, right? Like to the point where we're not afforded that knowledge at all. I don't know. It doesn't seem like Goddard's disgruntled, but maybe he's just being mature and a pro about it, right? We don't know.
Right. Well, that and his agent could be saying, look, you can't play for that deal. Look at the deal that Trey, what's his name, with the Cardinals just got. You can't play on that deal. You're better than that guy.
Well, then does he hold out? Does he not show up for OTAs and all that nonsense?
The holdout thing in the NFL is kind of like doesn't happen anymore. But
Yeah,
you've had Hassan Reddick.
Right. It does feel a little extinct, but that's a good point. He doesn't seem like the guy, PG, that would hold out, but maybe he will. Maybe he will. Yeah.
You're right, though. But Hassan Reddick was also the guy that wouldn't hold out. He was noted to be a very nice guy.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you can be a nice guy and you can still decide to go about your business, or your agent can talk you into that. You know, it's the business side can make the water a little murky, if you will. So I'm intrigued to keep an eye on that. You know, what does Howie do tonight? Does he get a little bit too cocky, too cute, where we're like, I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think that's going to happen. His track record speaks for itself, right? But Jalen Ramsey's another rumor. Would you be okay with a Jalen Ramsey type of trade tonight?
Doesn't excite me all that much. Like, what did I give up? I know the team, the Dolphins, need to get, there's a post-June 1st or something to that effect where the team that takes him is going to have to take on salary. I don't see it working because of that. Ramsey didn't fit with Fangio the first time they played together. I don't know that he would be too thrilled about playing for Fangio a second time, although I would imagine if the reports are that the Eagles called, Fangio would say to Roseman, hey, I'll take Ramsey back,
Yeah, I can work with that. It feels like they want to get younger, particularly at that position, but not sure. Yeah.
Yes, and that's a good point, too, is, look, they have so many areas where they have changes, and you don't know if they feel comfortable going to training camp as is in any of them. And you can't hit them all in the same day. Like, I can't get a corner, a safety, a linebacker, an edge rusher, and a defensive tackle, and an offensive guard all on Thursday night.
That'd be nice. I mean, if anyone can do it, it's Howie. But, yeah, probably not realistic. We touched on this very briefly yesterday, but before we pivot maybe to one or two other topics I wanted to try and work in. End of your show here, 5:30 segment. What is the ideal position that you would like to see Howie pull the trigger on, assuming he remains at 32?
Man, I don't know who's on the board. I know Sal Powell just said if Malachi Starks is on the board, you got to take him, the safety spot. Because I would almost agree that safety right now, with everybody who's left and what you have now, safety might be the biggest question mark. But you don't draft for need. You draft for best available player generally. But I'm looking at this depth chart right now and saying, I don't feel very confident with the three safeties that they have battling for that spot. You got Sidney Brown, Tristan McCollum, and Lewis Seen are the three safeties with Reed Blankenship. It makes me, and I meant to talk about this with Mosher earlier, is the safety position right now weaker than the safety position from 2023 where you had Terrell Edmonds and Reed Blankenship? That team really struggled because their safeties were terrible. So bad, they had to go back out and get Chauncey Gardner-Johnson again.
I don't know if it's as bad as that, but they're certainly shorthanded. I don't know. Like you make the comment about at 32, you don't draft for need, you draft for best available. Do we want them to go about it that way? Do we want Howie to go about it that way, MG? Right? Because this team does have some needs. And yes, they're Super Bowl champs. And yes, they're loaded all over their depth chart on both sides of the ball, but they still have needs, right? It would be a little bit malpractice to just completely ignore those needs. Or maybe you disagree with that. Maybe you just say, no, screw it. We're in a position where we get the best available.
Yeah, these teams, especially the Eagles nowadays, I mean, they're drafting best available. And by the way, If they drafted a defensive end, you would say they need that. If they drafted a defensive tackle, you would say they need that. So almost everybody they draft tonight, most likely, I mean, unless they took
like Shador Sanders. That I mean, you're not getting Sanders. That's my point.
Right. Yeah. I mean, most of the spots that they would draft tonight would be an area of need, other than a quarterback, a running back. I mean, you could even make
wide
a
receiver.
You can make
I would throw in there.
Yeah.
Well, you could make. I was going to say you could make a case that they do need a third or fourth receiver. I mean, you have Brown and Smith, but if one of those guys get hurt, you really don't have anybody else.
Yeah, especially if there's a receiver that falls, that's a projected, top 2 receiver in the draft, and he's available at 32. Why not, right?
Saratella brought it up earlier today that, don't be surprised, with all the A.J. Brown stuff, with these receivers, you don't know from one year to the next whether or not they want to be here or not. So you almost always have to have your eye on who's the next guy.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting. I'm excited.
Real quick on that, the Dotson trade, if you go back to that, was that just a miscalculation by Roseman, or they just don't use a third wide receiver all that much?
It's a great question.
Yeah.
Did they think they were going to get more out of him than they end up getting? He's now on the 5th year. This is his last year. He's going to be a free agent. Do they add him? That'd be great, right? If you were Howie Roseman and you strategically, you don't give him his 5th-year option, but you strategically give him a big year so somebody else has to pay a lot of money so you can get the comp pick.
Well, here's the question based off BG's point. Another new offensive coordinator. Like, does he maybe go to 3 wide receivers more or less, the same? Does that change anything? I don't know.
Well, that's, we won't know what that offense is, the changes in what this offense are going to look like for some time now.
I think on the surface, a lot of it should be about giving Saquon a break. Don't run that guy as much as you did last season. Do some other things, maybe.
Fair.
That's what I would do.
Fair. And you brought in A.J. Dillon to possibly be that guy. You lost Kenneth Gainwell. You replaced him with A.J. Dillon, who's a guy who has been a number 1 running back in the NFL.
Yeah, he's like the strongest guy besides maybe Saquon and Jalen Hurts, especially in the squat rack. He is like the squat record, like 600 pounds, something ridiculous.
Yeah, and by the way, so Dan Graziano wrote this article at ESPN.com yesterday about, is there any player that's a better fit in this draft for any team, okay? At the end of the day, if you're just like, which player in this draft would fit best? And have you heard of the kid from Florida, Desmond Watson?
Yeah, I've heard of him. I'm not going to sit here and give you his whole entire scouting report, but I've heard of him, yeah.
You don't have his 40 time.
Not on me, yeah.
Well, he ran the slowest 40 time in the history. But there he is, Desmond Watson, 464 pounds. He would be the heaviest player in the NFL by 80 pounds. But he had an unbelievable pro day athletically. I mean, like in terms of his explosion, like all that stuff. In fact, he actually had a carry for the Florida Gators. They turned around and handed him the ball one time. So to which Graziano points out that they could use him for the tush push. He would be the guy. And he would replace Jordan Davis as that defensive tackle, nose tackle. There you go. So keep an eye on Desmond Watson for day 3.
That's a big boy. That's a big boy, man.
That's a massive human. He is 6'6", 464 pounds.
I mean, I guess. I don't see him being able to survive an NFL game from start to finish. Maybe if you spell someone with him here.
You know what, though? He is one of those sorry, I removed you by accident. He is one of those freak guys, though, that is so massively large but, like, athletic. Where you were like, man, if this guy was actually in shape, how crazy good would he actually be? But he's athletic enough at that size that he's going to get drafted, probably in the 5th or 6th round.
He's definitely worth taking a flyer on because that's a massive human being right there that exists. So, do we have time for any others? I don't know what our clock looks like.
We're good. So we're good. What else you got today?
Yeah, I know a lot of people don't want to hear Sixers, but I have a quick Sixers hypothetical because it's a draft thought. Would you, if the Sixers got the number 2 overall draft pick, would you trade that pick for Kevin Durant? Hypothetical.
It's so funny you say this. I was going to text you this morning because you probably saw the same picture I saw, him and Maxey together. Did you see that picture?
I did.
Yeah, and I actually said, would you trade for Durant? Man, I'm so over these old guys that you trade for, then you get excited, and then they get hurt.
Me too.
But
it's Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant at one point was my favorite player. I loved him at Texas. I loved him at Oklahoma City, and then I hated him when he went to Golden State. That was the biggest weak sauce move in the history of the game, and I've never gotten over that, what he did. And then everything after his decision to go to Golden State, after the 2 championships, by the way, he did win the 2, and he has 2 MVPs, has blown up in his face. His Brooklyn time was a disaster, and his Phoenix time's even worse. So I don't see any scenario where with the Sixers bleep show that they've become, that getting Kevin Durant would force that to subside.
PG?
I wouldn't. No, I would not go down the Kevin Durant route.
This is how scorned we are.
You really
got to
be younger.
Fans.
What Morey said in his press conference last week.
Got to get younger.
Got to get younger.
This is how scorned we are as Sixers fans. That you're now at the point where you have said, I don't want Kevin Durant on my team.
I first off, I agree with both of you. I don't want him. But I also feel like, to your point, Gill, we all sound like idiots. Like, no, we don't want Kevin Durant, arguably the best human being to ever play basketball in the existence of mankind. We don't want him. We don't want him. You know.
Yeah, I'm out on that.
Well, the thought process is then you would get rid of Paul George, and it would be Maxey, McCain, Durant, and whatever semblance of Joel Embiid you would have.
Maybe.
Yeah. I mean, if we think their window's not long, or not, wide, it makes sense. But I wouldn't do it either. So.
Yeah, I think I'm out on that deal.
Yeah, I'm probably out too. Kevin Durant's not a guy that you want to touch right now. That's bringing good luck to anywhere. So.
All right, here's the final one. Jim Salisbury said on the Philly Show podcast, we talked about this in the first hour, since June 9th of last year, the Phillies are 64 and 63. Is this just an average team? Is that who they are?
Their record says yes. No, they're not. I want to say yes, they are. I do. Their record that you just illustrated, Salisbury illustrated, says yes, they are. But no, come on, guys. Like, we know when this team is playing their best, when they're hitting, when Harper's going, when their starting rotation is going. This team's an above-average team. This is a playoff team. Whether they're a World Series team, probably not. That's a different conversation. But they're an above-average team. I think we can give them that little bit of due, no?
Is above average good enough? I don't know. If you're just above average.
No, it's not. But the question was, are they
above
average?
Are you a playoff team?
I think you can be, yeah. It's not guaranteed, but you're a playoff caliber team. I think the Phillies are that, right?
Yeah, I think their pitching is good enough to make the playoff. Their offense, I mean, they're going to go through valleys where they're going to be scorching hot for 3-4 weeks, and that's going to – so, yes, I think they're going to win in the neighborhood of 90 – I had them at 95 before the year because of their pitching, but I think their offensive problems will probably get them around 87 to 90.
I mean, they're
that
starting
might not
rotation.
even get you in.
Yeah.
That might not even get you in the playoffs.
Yep. You got that West right now. That is very good.
Their starting pitching, you can argue, and it's not a hard argument to make, that's the best in Major League Baseball.
The Dodgers, the Giants, and the Diamondbacks, 3 teams from the West right now are all 3 wild card teams. Philadelphia, by the way, is 1.5. We're so early to look at wild card. But just saying, it's going to be a battle to be a wild card team. And if you are not in the 90 win range, you might not get in this year.
And that would be sad because, like I said, they arguably have the best starting rotation in all of Major League Baseball, and they may be on the outskirts looking in. Crazy.
Dave Gallagher said earlier, we'll leave with this. Dave Gallagher said earlier that he thinks they should shake something up, and it's not the manager. He thinks that it's a roster move, and you might need to trade a player like Christopher Sanchez in order to get something of value in return. would anybody be against trading Christopher Sanchez?
No, not at all. You have an abundance of riches at that area as in the starting pitching category. You need to get better. Yeah, do it.
That's interesting because at first it would have been Ranger Suarez floated as a
Not
trade
enough
candidate.
value.
Not enough
Yeah.
value, so you have to
Hasn't been.
go
Yeah.
up and go to Christopher Sanchez. That's tough for me.
All right, well, enjoy the draft, man. That's it for us.
Thanks, fellas. You too, man.
All right, that's today's Rye or Sigh on the Sports Bash. I'm sighing at trading A.J. Brown. That would be my sigh tonight. All right, we will wrap up the show. I'll give you my Bet365 play of the day, and we're going to announce the winner here. 2 winners. We got the winner of the overnight stay is in my hands, and then the tickets. So we'll do that coming up next right here. Stick around and draft. Don't forget, tonight you can listen on 97.3 ESPN.
Hey guys, it's Mike Gill for Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township, where they're defining a new era in men's health. 1 in 4 men over 30 in the U.S. have low testosterone levels. Whether you're chasing peak performance, reigniting intimacy, or simply want to feel your best, what are you waiting for? Get to Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township and get a customized game plan. Game Day Men's Health delivers premium testosterone replacement therapy, removes the stigma around erectile dysfunction, and supports weight loss with medical treatments and vitamin therapy. Fast appointments, expert guidance, and a free testosterone test and consultation with an on-site lab for results in just 15 minutes. Get stronger, get healthier, feel like your old self, and get back in the game. You'll wish you did it sooner. So why wait? Call Game Day Men's Health in Egg Harbor Township, 609-365-7088, or visit them on English Creek Avenue in EHT. And GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Tell them Mike Gill from the Sports Bash sent you for a special offer.
It's the Sports Bash with Mike Gill.
Do I have everybody's attention now?
On 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app.
All right, before we get out of here, tonight I got the Bet365 play of the day. Josh, how'd I do yesterday?
Well, Mike, you didn't get it right. The Cavs-Heat game was a lot closer than the 12-point spread.
Yeah,
but overall, now you are 154, 101, and 1.
154, 101, and 1. That's some money for all the people out there. I got two for you tonight. Grizzlies under 228.5. And I hate to do this, but I got to go with the Knicks tonight, plus 1.5. I'm taking the Knicks. And I think Detroit should win that series, but I'm taking the Knicks tonight, 1.5. Minus 1.5, actually, for the Knicks tonight. Yes, minus 1.5. They are my Bet365 plays of the day. All right, here we go. This is for an overnight stay at Ocean Casino, plus $200 for your stay. Robert McNair from Marmora, you have won the overnight stay.
Where's he at?
I don't know, but I'm going to now give you the pair of tickets for, there's Robert.
Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts is the winner of the overnight stay. I saw LaShawn McCoy jersey. Where'd that guy go?
Oh, he's right there.
Oh, McCoy. Nice.
Hey,
it's a good pull out of you today. Where's the other guy? Had a what did he have
Sproles.
on? Oh, no, I saw a Dawkins jersey earlier. Yeah, beat Dawk pulling up and out. All right, these are for Club Box tickets at Lincoln Financial Field. And it is Daryl from EHT. I'm sorry, I can't see that. Daryl McAllister from EHT. You have just won a pair of Club Box tickets to go see the Eagles at Lincoln Financial Field. And if he is not here, well, we can celebrate because then we can I got to imagine Daryl hung out for the whole length of the program, right? Did he leave? Well, if not, we'll see. We'll figure it all out in just a minute. But that is it for us. We are out of here. Now, we are getting ready for the draft tonight. And on the radio tonight, you can listen to every pick of the draft on 97.3 ESPN. That draft coverage starts at 7 o'clock all weekend long with the Eagles picking 32 tonight. I personally think they're going to trade up and get out of that spot and take somebody in like the 23, 24, 25 range is kind of the way that I'm going here. And from what I understand, it will probably be for an edge rusher in that spot. If Daryl McAllister is not here, no Daryl McAllister? All right, we'll give him hold on. We'll wait till I'm finished here. All right, well, thanks, everybody. We will make sure Daryl shows up. If he does not, well, you have another shot, another life. I've never seen this happen before, actually.
This is kind
where
of
the gentleman
unprecedented.
he got his name called to win the tickets, and he wasn't actually here.
I mean, the rule is must be
You must
present
be
to
present
win.
to win. You must be present to win. Daryl McAllister, if you are not here, you are a loser. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Hey, by the way, tomorrow, I know most people here probably got your picture taken, but if you want to have other people want to get their picture taken with the trophy, I will be over at Boardwalk Honda. The trophy is coming with me, and you can bring your friends, and they can get their picture taken. Maybe get a big group photo behind the Super Bowl trophy. All right, I am out. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a great night.